So I had almost forgotten yesterday evening.
What's that?
I'd almost forgotten that I wasn't going to the Black Crowes show. I'd let it go.
I almost forgotten I wasn't going.
I had almost forgotten. It was it's hanging out in my mind, but not. I was not upsetting to me.
I get you. Go on.
And I thought, I got to call my sister, ask her a question.
And she said, "Why aren't you at the Black Crowes?" Right?
Hi. Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. Very good.
Oh, she was there. That's even better.
Oh, no, it gets better. I said, are you here? At the Black Crow. I thought you'd be here. You're not. No.
That's terrible.
Oh, well, so this is my sister Carrie. I call. You're not. When Kelly's here, your other sister.
All your sisters.
Wow. Kelly
even
got
the good-looking one.
Kelly got here really early, and she's up in the front row. I can't believe you're not here.
We had a ticket. Did they have an extra ticket?
No.
Oh, darn.
And so I can't believe, what, if anybody should be here.
All your sisters were there.
It should be you. And then I said, and none of you appreciate them the way I do. And I sent her a text and I said, the first song is going to be twice as hard. That's the name of the song.
Yeah, I got it.
And about an hour later, she sends me a video clip of the first song they played.
Twice as hard.
That's.
I think your sisters just don't really care for you in the long run. Let's all go to the Black Crowes, and then we can lord it over Gina.
And I'm sitting in the parking lot at the golf course waiting for Muhammad to finish golf.
Because that's your first job.
Because I am his roadie.
This is your second
assistant.
job, and your first job is assistant.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of that song, written by Otis Redding.
Yes.
And I have 4 versions of it here. I'd like to hear a little snippet of every one of them if we could possibly do it.
Okay.
Otis Redding.
Let me see what I can do here.
The Commitments, I don't care about that much. Tom Jones, which I bet is great. And then I can't fathom this one, The Grateful Dead.
Wow.
It's a lot longer when they do it.
I can't fathom that they have done a version of that song. That just doesn't seem like them at all. So this is the original?
Mm-hmm. This is Otis.
Yeah.
Baby, here I am, I'm a man on the scene.
Did he say here I am?
Here I am.
Here I am.
You got to go home with me. I forgot some good old love, and then I got some in store.
Way better singer than that Black Crowes guy.
Throwing it on you, you got to come back for more. Boys and things will come by the dozen. That ain't nothing but drugstore loving. Pretty little thing, let me light your count, cause mama, I'm so hard to handle now. Yes,
Hannah.
I like that. That's really good.
Now,
Tom Jones.
Tom Jones.
You can sort of imagine what this is going to be like. Muscular.
Let me light your candle, cause mama, I'm sure hot to handle now. Yes, I am.
Damn good. Man knows how to sing.
You have a thing for him.
Well, yeah, but he does.
Yeah, you were right about the Grateful Dead. 10 minutes.
Yeah. Is it really?
Of course it is.
Is it?
Because it's mostly them dicking around on guitar. Yeah.
They're incapable of doing anything quickly.
Baby, here I am, and I'm made up on the scene.
No, I don't care.
It's all right. It's kind of jazzy.
And I've got a whole lot of good old love, and I got some in store. When I get you throwing it on you, you got to come back for more.
Mo.
Boys and things will come by the dozen. Ain't nothing but drugstore love. Pretty little thing, let me light your candle, cause mama, I'm so hard to handle now. Yes, I am.
That's my least favorite of them.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but my least favorite. I think the Otis Redding is the best.
Oh, of course.
The best.
It's
Nice.
Otis.
And so I was bitching to my husband about not going.
Oh.
And did he have that look on his face like, are you still talking?
No, he never looks at me like that. He said, babe, let's find out where else they're playing and we'll go there. We'll take a trip and go see him. I'm like, great. Now this tour ends in like a week and a half.
Oh.
Oh.
So even
Well, you got a week and a half.
well,
That's probably 3 more dates.
But see, so Festus is coming on Wednesday, home for a visit.
Now, you could shine
I'm not
him.
gonna,
You
not
could
gonna
shine
take
him.
off out of
Well,
town.
well, where are they playing this weekend?
This weekend?
Yeah, this weekend.
You could just blow him off. You
Blow
really
off
could. Yeah.
my son.
Yeah, he'd understand. It's the Black Crows. He loves you more than your sisters do. Your sisters are. They.
I thought you'd be. What do you mean you're not here?
Let's all go and not tell Gina we're going, and then we'll tell her.
Let's see. Council Bluffs, Iowa, on Friday.
There you go.
Iowa.
Weekend in Council Bluffs. That's a great place. I bet they got a good buffet there.
Well, and you could study some Mormon history there too while you're there.
Oh, here we go. They're going to be in Ireland on September 21st.
Yeah, tell your husband that's what you want to do.
There you go.
Let's go to Ireland, honey. And he would.
You said.
You said.
And he would go. All right. Let me make some arrangements.
I would totally do that.
I don't know. Ireland Council Bluffs. Ireland
Yeah.
Council Bluffs.
They don't have a. I don't think they have a good buffet in Ireland.
No, I don't think you're going to get a good buffet there.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, because I was just looking at their U.S. dates. It didn't even occur to me maybe we could go somewhere else. There we go.
Intranational.
Yeah.
And of course, they're never going to go play anywhere else again. Right?
Well, no, see, Bill, this is a special tour where they are playing Shake Your Moneymaker start to finish.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that again.
Oh,
They're playing.
okay.
It's a special thing.
Yeah, sure, very, very special. Very special.
Let me have a special thing.
You can have all. I don't want any of it. You can have all of it. It's all yours, baby.
Council Bluffs. Council Bluffs. Council Bluffs.
Is there a direct flight to Council Bluffs? Look and
Wait
see.
wait for the lead singer to get on stage. Good evening, Council Bluffs.
You'd probably have to make 3 transfers.
I know it'll take you 4 days to get to Council Bluffs.
Oh my! 3 transfers to get to Council Bluffs. Do it. Make him take you. All right. Well, I guess we had to take a break. We'll officially start the show.
We need to start.
Because this was the high point. I'm telling you,
This is it.
this was pretty good. This was pretty funny and entertaining. The rest of it's downhill from here. So we'll take a break. We'll play some commercials and get ready to officially begin the show. 877-602-9696 is a number you can use right now. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. Say, how's it going? If you were at the Black Crow show last night, call and just go, neener, 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 neener. Just rub it in. Tell Gina how great the show was. 877-6, maybe you saw one of her sisters
Hey,
there.
I bet you
it was
did.
likely you bumped into one of them. 877-602-9696 is the number to call and check in. You can, of course, text 33986, but if you call, a random checker-inner will get a Radio from Hell gift of some sort.
Yeah. Tote bag.
Tote bag.
Or mug.
Yeah.
One of those. Stick around. UtahAdvocates.com.
You didn't deserve to be in an accident.
No.
But you do, if you are in an accident, you do deserve an advocate.
I can't afford an advocate. Aren't lawyers expensive?
Nope. Not in this case. The advocates, they don't charge you a dime to start working on your case right away. And if you call them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're always standing by, and they're live. You're not going to get a bot. You're not going to get and you call. They can probably determine on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
They say, yes, you have a case.
They'll say, we'll take your case,
Come
or
and
they'll
see
say,
us.
this probably isn't for us.
Right.
Maybe you ought to call this person,
Yeah, that's a free consultation.
Yeah.
And then they don't charge you any money unless they take your case and get you a settlement.
And it's never out of pocket. It'll come out of your settlement. So.
So if you're taking care of a loved one who's been in an accident, or maybe it's you, get a hold of the advocates. 801-355-5550, or you can chat online, UtahAdvocates.com.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
Yeah.
I can't.
You know that.
You
can't.
cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
So they said, we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
sure,
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
sure,
And it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle.
To just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No.
They just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles had been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle. And I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come out. He comes over to your group. He's like, "Get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water." So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water, because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And of course, you have to do that.
Well,
You couldn't just say to your family, "I really can't do this."
no. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling, because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in, stick my face in, underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family.
seen
Did you
fish.
see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you see
Google
Yeah.
fish
You
right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a
you can.
live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine.
620, or, well, if you're in Utah, 620.
Tweeny.
Let's get this over with.
So that guy said to call, and so far no one has. The number is 877-602-9696. You can check in with us and just tell us how you're doing or ask us a question or whatever you want. And one of you will get a tote bag or a mug or something like that. Gina?
Brought to you by, do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
The moon is, 56.8% of full. It is in the third quarter. It is a waning moon. The moon will set today at 2:03 p.m., today being Thursday. It's the 18th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. 82 days until the midterm elections, and 55 days until Radio from Hell. We will celebrate our 8,000th episode in 55 days. This is the morning show that's ready to stand firm against a potential jack-in-the-box invasion. We're Radio from Hell, starring the lords of morning radio, Kerry Jackson. I'm Bill Allred. That's Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer, and Dawson and Cameron Diaz are helping out. And you're wondering, why did I say a jack-in-the-box invasion? Because of this headline on Fox News today. Is Jack-in-the-Box planning Utah restaurant invasion? It's just a story about
They storming our borders?
Jack-in-the-Box may be expanding into. There are 3 Jack-in-the-Boxes in Utah, apparently. They're all in around St. George.
Yeah.
And they may be planning to find more
okay.
restaurants throughout the state of Utah.
Okay.
It's a Jack-in-the-Box invasion.
Whatever.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Let's see. 877-602-9696 is the number, if you've a mind to call.
Yeah, Ned's there.
Everyone is, oh, really?
Yeah, we got to wait till he's put on hold, I think.
Well,
He has a question for us.
My interface did not
Did not interface?
and did not indicate.
He is on hold on line 1.
All right.
Ned.
Ned. Hello,
Hi, Ned.
Hi, Bill. This is Ned in Midway, and I have a 2-part question. I'll make it quick. I registered as a Republican so I could vote.
Yeah.
And my eternal shame since, I'm afraid I'm going to die and they'll put in the paper he was a lifelong Republican. But I'm afraid if I don't, they'll switch the rules again and you'll never be able to do it. So I really honestly don't know what to do, and I thought you 3 could tell me.
Carrie, you want to take this?
I'll take this.
Yeah.
Here's the deal.
Please.
They can't switch it. You will be a Republican until you decide you're not a Republican. Now, I got a letter yesterday from the 2022 midterm election year affiliation confirmation.
Wow.
And so I thought this seems very official.
Yeah.
This seems very important.
say.
And I open it up, and it's got the Republican National Committee on there, and the logo and everything. Midterm election year affiliation confirmation.
Yeah, are you sure?
And
you're
I thought to myself, they know I'm a rhino. I'm a rhino. They must know. So I pulled it out, and it says, we urgently need you to reconfirm today that you are still registered as a Republican voter. And
How
they had
much
my
would that cost you?
address and everything. As you know, the Democrats control both houses of Congress with the presidency, with the support of the mainstream media. And that's when I got suspicious.
Well, how much money are they asking for?
They said, well, we just want you to send this back, but it'd be great if you could send us, $35.
Yeah.
It's signed Ronna McDaniel. It's a fundraiser.
Ronna McDaniel, the head of the Republican National Committee,
Yeah.
and Mitt Romney's niece.
Yes. But she won't use the word Romney anymore.
No.
Now, Ned, if you're worried about that,
I am.
You've said it on the air here now. I think,
I think you're tagged.
No. I think someday, if and when you pass away, we have you on record as saying, I just want everyone to know.
Oh, there you go. This is an audio.
Search the tapes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please, thank you. That makes me feel so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says
I am
here
worried.
that the Democrats have unleashed a torrent of crime, looting, and lawlessness across America.
I see it, don't you?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
They opened our
not
borders
like
to a
that.
flood of illegal immigrants.
Where?
Yeah.
Although I keep seeing from the Republican
How
National
about that
Committee,
Jack-in-the-Box stuff, huh?
I keep seeing from the Republican National Committee about how many illegal immigrants our borders have been stopped
Stopping,
by
so-
our people, by ICE and all that. And then I see
Oh,
this,
yeah.
and it kind of seems
Terrible.
contradictory to me.
I'm
Is it
confused.
one or is it the other? What is it?
Ned, I think whatever happens, you're screwed. That's
True. We're all screwed.
Sorry,
Hey,
Ned.
Phil, I knew I could count on you.
Let's,
my
let's-
other quick question is: tomorrow's my daughter Nicole's birthday, and I haven't got a clue what to get her.
How about a Radio from Hell tote bag?
Yeah, I think.
Well,
We
she
gave her
actually
one
got
already.
me one.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
okay.
has one.
Listen. I know Nicole. Nicole likes tea. Get her some. Find out what her favorite tea
That's
is, and get
nice.
her.
There you go. Ned.
Okay,
All right.
I'll do that. Thank you, Bill.
All right,
I
see you, Ned.
appreciate it. Thank-
All right, bye-bye. Let's go to Amy.
Hello, Amy.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Are you? Does this say you're from Florida?
I am, and I'm so glad that I can still listen to you because it makes me so happy to
Listen,
get up in the morning
If,
with you people.
if DeSantis has his way, you won't be able to listen to this.
They'll block it.
Oh, I know. See, this is my touchstone. You know, the thing that keeps me sane.
Sorry. Where are you in Florida, and why are you in Florida?
I am in Jacksonville, and I am here because my husband's job brought me here.
And
Well,
how?
look for Festus around town. That's where he lives.
I know, right? I think he's honestly right across the bay because I'm so close to the port.
Now, how are you? How long have you been there? And are you? Do you like Jacksonville?
You know, I do now because my daughter is here. She got married and had grandbabies, and now, you know, if I leave, they have to
Oh,
leave. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, hang
And
out.
who's going to check on Festus for Gina?
Exactly.
Yeah, keep an eye on him for me, would you?
All right.
I will. I will.
Amy, thanks for still listening to us while you're in Florida, and enjoy the Jacksonville lifestyle. I've been all over Florida, but I haven't been there. But I understand it's a wonderful city in a lot of ways.
And it's not possible for us to send you a tote bag, but if you ever come home to visit, let us know, and we'll get you a tote bag.
Oh, that's so great. Thank you. I have a twin sister who could actually pick one up for me.
Oh, well, then let's
hang on.
Yeah, we'll
put
get
it,
you one.
we'll put you on hold and
Yeah?
we'll put it in her name.
I want you
okay?
sporting that around town in Jacksonville.
Yeah, then
I
Festus will find you.
I totally will.
All right, hang on.
Hang on, we'll get that for you. Let's see. Teacher Emily checking in. First day of school. I think I'm ready.
Yeah, a lot of schools go back today.
Johnny B checking in, listening while cleaning the dishwasher and French pressing some coffee.
I saw a text one I needed clarification on.
Okay.
It says, "Great show. I want to say I love you to my wife, Toby." Now, is his wife's name Toby, or is he Toby?
His wife is Toby.
How do
Because
you
it's
know?
an I.
Toby with an I?
T-O-B-I is a girl.
I don't. Well, I don't know if that's. Well, if you say so.
School bus Cody saying Granite School District starts back up today. Please remind everyone to stop for buses
Yes.
with stop signs and red flashing lights.
Going both directions, by the way. That's not just if you're behind the bus. It's
And
the other
then-
side of the road, too.
And then we got a lot of texts from, I think, the Council Bluffs Tourism Board. It's the starting point of the Mormon Trail.
Yeah.
Sister city to Omaha, excuse me, where they connected the Transcontinental Railroad to the existing railroad coming from the east. So I'm Council Bluffs, Gina.
That's why I
Think about
said, Gina, there's Mormon history there you could look
it.
at.
Council
guess,
Bluffs.
yeah.
Think about it.
Okay, let's see. We have a stalled vehicle northbound Bangerter Highway at the ramps to go SR 201 freeway. The left lane is blocked. Traffic backing up to 24 south. And already a bit of congestion at the west gate of Hill Air Force Base. You were having that issue yesterday, too. If you're stuck up there, want to let us know how things are moving, you can do that. You can text us 33986. Make life easier. Learn to cook. Park City Culinary Institute has a short, affordable program with part-time courses, night classes for busy people like you. You can learn more at parkcityculinaryinstitute.com.
All right, we will take a break. In our next break, big boy news and geek news all at once happening after these. Stand by.
Wingding.
So you guys have bidets, right?
I have experienced a bidet. I do not have one in my house.
So I have one in my house, and I've come to prefer it. And I mean, there are 3 toilets in the house. Only one of them has a bidet, and I really prefer it. And when I was having my spine surgery, one of the physical therapy people or something said, "Now the first thing I'm going to recommend is I hope you have a bidet at home, because it'll be difficult to clean yourself up." And I said, "Well, I do." But I wonder if you've experienced this, Carrie.
Yes.
And maybe you, Gina. It takes you a while to trust the bidet. To trust that it has done its work as it should have.
Yes.
Don't you have? I mean, shouldn't you check to make sure all is well?
Well, particularly if you have a bidet which has a dryer on it.
Hold it. Before we go any further, let me...
Yeah.
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
Okay, go ahead.
So, particularly if it has a dryer, which cleans you and then it dries you off.
Yes.
Do you trust it?
Yeah.
So for a while, I was not quite sure if I trusted, so I would check.
Yeah.
But I've gotten to the point where
You just assume everything's been taken care of?
pretty damn sure.
Wow,
Oh,
you're
I
braver.
never
You're
got
braver
there.
than me.
Yeah,
you're
I
braver
haven't,
than
and
me.
I haven't had a problem. I have not had a problem.
I have not developed that much trust yet.
So that I don't have to use toilet paper at all.
Well, I'm using less toilet paper. But,
Yeah,
but
I was in the honeymoon phase.
there's all trust there. You're willing to try anything in that phase. And,
Yeah. But now that the bidet and I are an old married couple, I know it's doing its job and it's got my back.
I don't
side,
need to
so
check.
to speak. So.
Yeah, I don't know if I could. Although I don't live with one. Maybe if I lived with one, I would get there. But in the times I have experienced them, I'm like, well, that was nice and everything, but I'm just going to make sure.
I think you have to get to the point where you trust it, or what's the point? What's the point of even having a relationship with a bidet if you can't trust it 100%? I say stick with your old toilet and your old toilet paper then.
Well, again, it's a trust issue.
Yeah, exactly. I trust my bidet.
Okay.
Trust it.
I'm happy for the two of you. That's.
I know
Well,
how
no,
to
in
position
any
my.
good-
I know how to position myself, and it knows where to squirt.
Okay. In any
I,
good relationship, that's the case. So.
And see, and that's the thing is that I trust but confirm.
Yep. Trust but verify.
I trust but verify.
Yeah. No. Carrie, I'm gonna challenge you over the next little while.
I would be spending that next few hours afterward just
Are you
kind
sure
of
it wasn't?
uneasy,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, but this is the perfect time because you're not going anywhere. So later on in the day, when it comes time to change your clothes, you'll know.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of trust, I'm afraid.
I'm glad it's working out for you, though. That's
It's a wonderful
not
relationship.
many things have gone your way lately, and I'm glad this is one that is going your way.
And besides, I can't really verify.
If you wanted to?
Immediately afterwards.
I see. Well, so it's sort of you were forced into trust.
Well, I'd gotten to the point where I trusted it before that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Did you make today? Did you make poo-poos? Any poo-poos? That's poison in the body, you know.
They're going to put us on a stamp for sure.
Reminding him to make when he waits too long and gets plugged up. What is that? What are you doing? It's a signal for poo-poos. You gotta learn the signal.
I don't want to learn the signal.
Don't make her do the signal, Mom. She has to learn the signal.
I don't want to learn the signal.
Now this hand is the potty, beckoning the poo-poos, and in they go. Huh? She's not doing it.
All right.
She's not doing it.
If we're having poop chat,
It's Poop Chat on X96 Radio from Hell.
I don't want to be in Stockholm. I don't want to be Stockholm syndromed into enjoying a toilet. Someone texted.
Well, God, it's better than resenting it. It's better than.
No, I'm glad you've embraced it. This is good.
I wonder if anybody else has had that feeling of, I've done this enough. I trust that bidet. It's done its work. I don't have to check. It's like your mother said, "Have you been eating that candy out of the candy jar? Let me see your hands."
There's evidence.
Tonight on Channel 8, join us for Mysteries of Science. Our scientific staff explore unanswered questions that have boggled the minds of the scientific community for years.
Hello, we're the new Mysteries of Science hosts, radio's Carrie and Bill. Help us explore the scientific worlds of the unknown.
Tonight, we answer the age-old question. How long can a grasshopper live when its head is placed under the focused beam of a high-power magnifying glass?
Use the tweezers to hold him still.
Ow, ow, you're burning my finger. Focus the beam on his head.
The sun, life giver.
Ah, there he goes.
And life taker.
Also tonight on Mysteries of Science, we see just how much damage a firecracker will do to, again, a grasshopper, when it's taped to the insect's body.
Will you hold the damn thing still while I light the fuse?
Ow, my fingers!
Don't miss Mysteries of Science. It's TV worth giving a look-see to. Tonight, right after The Brown Nun on Channel 8.
About 6:38, Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by...
That's not a word. Bill and I are doing Wordle.
What? It's,
I need one letter, and there's no...
Yeah.
That's not a word.
I know.
What word is that?
I have no idea.
Look, why don't you two call Sean Means and ask him?
That's not a word.
I know. I can't figure it out. I need two.
Is
the second
it a
letter,
swear word?
I don't know. They don't use.
I have the second letter.
What is the second letter?
I'm not going to tell you.
Tell me. Come on.
Here, I'll write
Quick.
it down.
All right, let's do the news.
No, hold on. That's the second letter.
I can't see it from there.
Oh, God, you two.
Okay, I thought that might be the second. I would have no. That's the one I thought I might put. But
What's the last letter?
I have no idea.
If you didn't have the second letter.
That's the one. That's the letter I thought I might use. It sort of made sense, but
not a.
I can't wait for the consultant meeting.
I'm sorry.
It'll be, that bit you did about Wordle. That made you guys come off as so human, so relatable. Yeah. I think that's great.
It's not a word.
All right, let's get on with it here.
All right, I'm sorry. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
The storyline of a movie called Girl in Room 13. a Lifetime movie starring Anne Heche, which is apparently has not been released or it's about to be released. It is not connected to the late financier Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh.
Their people have been saying it's a movie about Jeffrey Epstein. No, it isn't. Actress Anne Heche, who died in a fiery car crash, was working on a movie titled The Girl in Room 13 about the Jeffrey Epstein ring, reads a tweet that has been retweeted over 4,000 times. The claim has also been shared on Facebook. Interesting. Maybe she found out something through research. You know, this is what happens on social media. Another one offered for getting close. Another one off for getting so close to the truth. No. The movie apparently
Really?
It says it's inspired by actual events, but there is no evidence that the plot is connected to the late disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. But there goes the rumor machine. Off and on. You know, Anne Heche was off because she was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Now, why would they go after the star of the movie? Why don't they go after the makers of the movie who are telling the story?
Don't know. And Olivia Wilde.
I got it.
Okay. Olivia Wilde and Jason Sudeikis, they don't speak anymore directly. They speak through attorneys only, despite their contentious custody battle surrounding their daughter Daisy and son Otis. A source tells People magazine that Olivia Wilde wants to focus on what's best for the kids. She and Jason don't speak to each other, so they have help communicating about the custody schedule. Well, the help that they're talking about would be lawyers. Yeah. She's upset about the custody drama. She wants the kids to see Jason as much as possible. She hopes they can figure out the best living situation for everyone. Well, if you hadn't left him for Harry Styles, Olivia,
Exactly.
things would be fine. The number of monkeypox cases identified in Utah since May rose to 71 on Friday, this past Friday. The Utah Department of Health and Human Services reported that's 23 more cases identified over the last week. There were 16 more monkeypox cases reported in Salt Lake County since last week, for a total of 51 since the virus first appeared in the state. Since May, there have been 9 total cases reported in Utah County, 5 in Davis, 5 in Weber and Morgan. There's also been 1 case in Summit County. State officials say that 2,352 people in Utah have received their first dose of monkeypox vaccine as of Friday. To date, just over 2,000 of those doses have been administered in Salt Lake County. The rest of the other 352 doses in other parts of the state. They're expecting a new shipment of monkeypox vaccine this week, and this is kind of disturbing. Most monkeypox cases in the current outbreak have been linked to sexual activity, but research published yesterday, by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says there are other ways it might be spreading.
Yeah.
A man noticed his first lesion and subsequently developed a rash about 2 weeks after attending a large, crowded outdoor event in which he had close contact with other people, including close dancing for a few hours, according to researchers from Stanford University School of Medicine. He tested positive for monkeypox after seeking care at an emergency department. The patient's primary risk factor was close, non-sexual contact with numerous unknown persons at a crowded outdoor event.
Yep.
You have to be it's just touching, and touching takes lots of forms.
I think I think it's lucky that you didn't go to the Black Crows, Gina.
I wasn't going to touch it.
It's almost impossible to not be touched at some of those
At
events.
Red Butte, you sit on a chair on the grass. You don't have to touch anybody.
I know. I've been there, and it's almost impossible to not get touched because people are tripping over each other all the time. So the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints being implicated in a horrific case of child sex abuse. Associated Press article by a Latter-day Saint. The abuse was by a Latter-day Saint father in Arizona. Well, the church says that this story has significant flaws in its facts and timeline, which leads to erroneous conclusions. And so the church's initial response called the AP article oversimplified and incomplete. A story about the faith's handling of child sex abuse cases. but they didn't supply any examples of what they meant. Well, now they have. They've provided what they say is a timeline of these events that occurred in Arizona. And if you read through the timeline, and well, let me read a part of it.
Okay.
The abuser in question, Mr. Adams, made a limited confession about a single past incident of abuse of one child to the bishop in late 2011. Now, as it turns out, he was convicted of abusing his two daughters over a long period of time.
I think only one with one child one time is enough to trigger
Exactly.
this.
The help.
Why does that matter?
They go on to say the helpline told the bishop how to fully comply with Arizona's reporting laws. And Arizona's reporting law says if you are a bishop or a clergy, you don't have to report it.
This does not absolve the church.
The bishop repeatedly tried to intervene and encourage reporting. Both Adams and his wife, the bishop said you have, and this is another thing that the LDS Church has laid out in their timeline, which they say makes the story inaccurate. The bishop required Mr. Adams to call his wife and tell her about what had been going on. And she didn't report it.
There's plenty of blame to go around.
I don't understand how they say that this timeline.
They're all to blame for this happening more than that one time.
Yep.
Yeah. The LDS Church rejects any suggestion that its helpline discourages reporting. Its release said even when a report is not required or is even prohibited by law, the helpline encourages leaders to pursue ways to ensure the goals of helping victims are met.
That's not calling the police.
No,
if you hear something, you must call the police.
That's what it should
That's
say.
what it should say.
That's what it
For
should
any
say.
church, for any clergy, do not let this go and say, well, I think he's really sorry and he's not going to do it anymore.
One of Utah's favorite burger spots has opened a new location.
Which one?
Well, a father and son from Salem, Utah, made sure that they were the very first in line to get hamburgers at the new In-N-Out in Logan. What?
Wait, you drove all the way from Salem up to Logan?
3 days ahead of time and waited till it opened to get an
There's
In-N-Out
like
burger.
4 of them between here and
I don't
there.
get it.
Yeah, you've got one in Orem there.
I don't get
Well,
it.
there's Orem, there's Sandy, there's Draper, there's
Eric,
I'm just going from Salem. You go
Centerville.
It's still Utah County.
Eric Trump says that his father, Donald Trump, is the key defining feature of the Republican Party, and that the Republican Party should now be known as the Trump Party.
It is.
You got it.
And I think he's exactly right.
You got it.
The Republican primaries are almost over, and Trump won when it came right down to it. Candidates who supported Trump's false claim of widespread election fraud in 2020 have won big in key swing states, and candidates he backed to challenge the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach him following the January 6th attack have mostly been successful. This was a referendum on the never-ending witch hunt, Trump wrote in a post on his social network. The people have spoken, he said.
Never-ending witch hunt, right?
Japan.
Never-ending as in 30 years.
The Japanese government has been hit in the pocketbook by an unusual problem. Their young people, they say, are not drinking enough alcohol.
What?
Since the pandemic began, bars and other premises selling alcohol have been hit hard by COVID-19 restrictions, causing sales and liquor tax revenues to plummet in the world's third largest economy, Japan. The government solution? Launch a contest to find new ways to encourage young people to drink.
Well,
it's called the Sake Viva campaign, overseen by the National Tax Agency, and it invites participants to submit ideas on how to stimulate demand among young people for alcohol. Through
All the cool kids are drinking
This is
alcohol.
just this is so opposite of what anything happens here in Utah or the United States in general. The domestic alcohol beverage market is shrinking due to demographic changes such as the declining birth rate and aging population. We need to get kids to drink more, he said.
It's good for capitalism.
I think so.
Well, that's why I'm trying to help.
Yeah. I'm doing my part here.
I do what I can.
Yeah. I'm
Look,
helping.
There's an In-N-Out in Spanish Fork. which is 2 miles away from Salem.
I don't know. Let me go back to the story and see if they. It's okay. There's the Hickman family, and they said it was long and tiring. Waiting for it to open. He's there with his 14-year-old son Carson. It was long and tiring. I got 2.5 hours of sleep in the car on the way up. We do this because the burgers are good.
Yeah, but
we just love to be around these people. It's a really cool culture that we enjoy being around. I just love it.
You've got one 2 miles away from you.
It was worth it. I slept 15 minutes, said Carson. It was definitely worth it. They had grilled onions, mustard fries, and a large Coke and chocolate shake.
All right.
I don't get it.
Okay.
No.
Sports weather traffic.
Well, good news. Easton Oliverson, he's the 12-year-old little leaguer from Utah who fell out of the bunk bed and got a serious head injury. He's doing a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
They've taken him out of his coma, and he's eaten some vanilla pudding. He can say his name and how old he is, so that's good news that he's doing a little bit better. The team is going to be playing on Friday, and there have been a lot of professional baseball players that have been
Mookie Blaylock?
No, that's basketball.
Oh,
Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts.
Yeah. Really nice.
I knew it was a Mookie.
You were right. You're
somebody
good.
Mookie.
Yeah. Really stepping up to support him and his family. So glad to hear he's doing a little bit better. Weather. So, you want to hit the century mark for day 24 this year? You're going to get it today, Carrie Jackson.
Am I allowed to say century mark, not being a weather person?
I think if you're hanging out with me.
If I'm near you, I
yeah,
can use it?
Don't.
Okay.
If you're not with me, people
Not
will
mixed
think
company.
you're. Yeah.
Okay.
Just make sure you throw in the phrase right around the corner somehow.
Okay.
Let's see. Traffic. Let me refresh this. Make sure there's nothing new you need to know about before Carrie gets us some geek news. All things seem to be moving well, but if you see something not moving well, you can always let us know about it. I know there were some Hill Air Force Base issues getting on at the West Gate. If that's still a problem, you can text us and fill us in, 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. Geek News brought to you by.
Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Thank you. All right. Always try to find a few trailers for you to watch while you're at work. 'Cause I know you're not working at work. You're just, cruising the internet, as we all do. And what I've found for you is very interesting. We've got the Wednesday is the name of the show.
Okay.
It's an Addams Family show.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. So it's Wednesday Addams.
Miss Addams, you certainly had a very interesting educational journey. 8 schools in 5 years.
So the scene is a swimming pool, and Wednesday is there.
Close practice.
And
the only person who gets to torture my brother is me.
And she releases piranhas into the swimming pool while...
Apparently those kids were taunting her or something.
Yeah, it was a bullying incident. And so she gets sent from that school to a different school called Nevermore, where her parents went to school.
People
Gomez and Morticia. So you got Luis Guzman as Gomez.
Expelled was just a bonus.
And Catherine Zeta-Jones as Morticia.
Gomez is not even remotely handsome in this case.
Oh, no.
I met your mother.
But if you look at the comics, he looks more like the comics than any previous Gomez ever has.
Yep.
Maybe you'll even make some friends.
Want to take a stab at being social? I do like stabbing.
So,
is this it's a Netflix series?
Yeah.
And is it going to be just one season, or do we know?
So far, just one season that we know. Now, this is Tim Burton, of course, is behind this whole thing. So he'll be putting his fingerprints on it, I'm sure.
I think I'm going to love it here.
So if you're a fan of the Addams Family, it's an 8-episode series, and it starts this fall. So be looking for that.
Okay.
It's interesting to look at, especially Gomez.
Yeah, he's pretty ugly.
Luis Guzman.
Tish.
And it's, you just have to go and watch it. I'm not going to explain it to you. The other great little trailer that we got here, it's more of a teaser than anything, like a commercial for it here. It's Guillermo del Toro's, it's called Cabinet of Curiosities.
That I always wanted to make. In this anthology, we gave ownership of each episode to the directors.
Action.
Each of the episodes has a whole world. They present you with different delights. Some are savory, some are sweet. You get a surprise from each of the bites.
So it's a horror anthology series. Each episode will be its own story.
Okay.
And he's got some big names involved in this. So it's going to start October 25th, just in time for Halloween.
Practical creatures.
As, Guillermo.
With all the artistry that goes into creating a great monster.
So, like he said, it's mostly practical effects. They try not to do the CG unless they have to.
That's my son. He says practical effects are the best. He hates the CG.
Curiosities. What I'm trying to say is, look, the world is beautiful and horrible at exactly the same time.
So if you're a horror fan, Guillermo del Toro will deliver, and
Katie's giving her approval.
Yeah, this is going to be cool.
And where we find this?
This will be on Netflix starting in October. And again, the names that are involved in this, they're all huge names. I'm looking at the breakdown of every episode here, and just huge. So you will enjoy that. Here's a strange little story that just kind of came out of nowhere. The show Superman and Lois. It's one of the few CW superhero shows that I'm told is still good. It's Superman, Lois, and their 2 sons. And they're raising their 2 sons in Smallville.
Eddie and Tim?
One of them is Jonathan Kent. And the actor who plays Jonathan Kent, Jordan Elasis, he just didn't show up for work.
The actor?
Yeah.
Are they worried about
He didn't show up for work. And so they said, well, this has been a problem. We're going to recast him.
Oh, like more than once.
Well, apparently he's an anti-vaxxer. And in order to get into Canada, and that's where they shoot, you've got to be vaccinated. Yeah. And so they said, all right, we're done with you.
Yeah.
Good.
Stay home. And finally this. We're getting, they're always taking rides at Disneyland and trying to make movies.
Yeah, I don't get that, but...
Are you ready for Big Thunder Mountain, the movie? Now, this one might be good because you've got these 2 directors, Bert and Bertie, who have done episodes of Our Flag Means Death and The Great, and so they have a nice comedic take. They did the whole series of Hawkeye on Disney Plus, which was very good. So they're going to be directing it. I just hope that the goat-eating Dynamite plays a huge part. In the story. To me, he's the star.
Yeah,
frankly, so Big Thunder Mountain. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, a friend of the program says that Westgate Hill Air Force Base is still a problem. Thanks for letting us know. You texted that in at 33986. Also a text that says the In-N-Out guys have been the first customers at several restaurants. It's their thing. They want to be there. So it's not about...
Again, so why? Why?
Let them have their thing.
I mean, okay, they can have it, but
have your thing.
I don't get it.
X96 welcomes Incubus to USANA Amphitheater this August 24th. Special guest Sublime with Rome, and we'll have tickets to give away to that coming up soon.
All right, boner of the day coming up. Stand by, KXRK Provo. Need to catch up on missed Radio from Hell shows?
Well...
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny?
Huh?
I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, you know I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we was talking about the election. And like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway. And I said, how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote?
And
they have something called an absentee ballot, and they vote by way of the Postal Service. And I said, oh, I vote that way too right here in my home state. I do a melon ballot, and man, everybody just stopped and stared at me.
What? I don't get it. What was wrong with that?
Well, then one of them said, real smart aleck kind of guy, puts down his cards and says, a melon ballot? You got a cantaloupe running for governor?
Huh?
Honeydew running for mayor? How many melons are office holders here in Utah, he says.
Well, why would he say that? I mean, you was talking about sending in your vote through the mail, not voting for melons.
Right. I said I sent my melon ballot, not a ballot to vote for a melon. There's a big difference between a melon ballot and a melon ballot, I would say.
Well, exactly. Besides, what kind of idiot would vote for a cantaloupe?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
Mm, 7:04 right now. We do have boner of the day coming up. Stand by for that.
I have.
You do
something.
have?
And now a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi Radio from Hell on X96.
Now, I have previously addressed this morsel of murder. However,
So we're revisiting
murder. Better details have come to light, and you know how I love
New S has come to light.
details.
Okay.
Larry and Bianca Rudolph.
All right.
No strangers to guns, big game hunting. During their 34-year marriage, the couple stalked animals all over the world. Murder. But at a remote safari camp in Zambia in 2016, where Bianca was hoping to bag a leopard. Oh, if I'm lucky, I'll bag a leopard. Her 12-gauge shotgun went off in the early morning hours of October 11th.
Mm-hmm.
The blast hit the 56-year-old mother of two in the chest, killing her. Larry, 67, said he was in the bathroom when the gun went off and dashed into the bedroom where he discovered Bianca lying on the floor.
Oh, wait, was there a leopard in the bedroom?
No. Authorities quickly ruled her death as accidental, but the grieving spouse soon raised suspicions of officials. Within days of Bianca's death, he had her body cremated. You know, when you do that quickly, it's maybe you're trying to hide something.
Okay.
Authorities also discovered he'd collected nearly $5 million in life and accidental insurance benefits.
Well, he was entitled to it, wasn't he?
Bianca was very Catholic. He did not hold a Catholic mass or funeral for her funeral. It was just a quickie cremation, quickie funeral.
Yeah.
All right.
Now,
there's nothing here yet that says that he murdered.
Hold on. After a 5-year investigation, Larry was arrested in 2021. During his dramatic trial, he testified in his own defense saying, "I did not kill my wife. I would not murder my wife." Well, he'd been having an affair. Now, his defense for that was, "Oh, we had an open marriage. Bianca knew about this. Everybody knew. This was, we loved each other, but, you know, we'd been married for 30-something years, and, you know, you get bored."
Okay, now still we have all these suspicions, but is there any concrete evidence?
In the end, it may have been Larry's own words that sealed his fate.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
At a Phoenix steakhouse, where Larry and the girlfriend, Lori, were dining, a bartender overheard and later testified about an explosive argument between the pair who were regulars.
Larry and Lori?
Quote, "Larry and Lori were having a drink. There was music in the background. It made it difficult to hear conversation, but at some point, all of a sudden, the music stopped, and in the brief interlude between songs, the bartender heard Larry yell, 'I killed my hugging wife for you.'"
Well,
I'd say that's
that puts a lock on it.
He and Lori were having an argument, the bartender said, and he pulled out the ace up his sleeve, the trump card he could use to win any argument with Lori.
Of course.
Sure. You're right, Larry.
What more does she want from him?
I'm
he
sorry.
Killed his wife for her.
You're right, Larry.
I've done everything for you.
Now, Larry took the stand in his own defense and said he misheard. I never said that. But the jury said no.
That sealed the deal for them.
Tracks.
So is that enough? Still, without physical evidence, that's enough.
I think authorities were suspicious with the $5 million, the hurried, cremated funeral.
I'm sure he's maintained his innocence even now, even in prison.
Yes, he's appealing his verdict. But you can picture the scene though at the steakhouse with the music, and just one song stops as another one's starting. I killed my wife for you, and you know that's probably not the first time he pulled that out.
Well, yeah,
but it could also be he didn't do it, but to control his girlfriend, he told her he did. That's what I would say if I were in his shoes. I'd say, I just said that to keep her in line, to control her. She was always arguing with me. If I can make her believe that I killed my wife, which I didn't.
You should be his attorney, Bill. That's a good defense.
I'd be Alan Shure. James Spader.
Yeah, a guy in the chat room says, did he follow up with, and I'll kill you too?
Yeah.
You know.
I'm sure I've done it before.
I've killed before.
I'll get another shotgun.
Do it again.
You want to go hunting? Let's go hunting leopards.
Yeah.
Come on.
You don't really want to hunt, do you? We don't like it hunting.
So I know I've brought that one up before, but it just got better. I couldn't not share.
That morsel.
I killed my wife for
That
you.
morsel was not in the previous story.
No, it wasn't.
All right. Well, I mean, it looks pretty. I'd try. That's what I would do if I was his lawyer, but you probably wouldn't win.
Corey in the chat room says other things was the location of the gunshot wound, and the FBI couldn't get the shotgun to misfire again.
Yeah.
So they were on to it.
They had their guy.
They were pretty sure.
But isn't that romantic? They hunted big game all over the world together. You'd think a marriage like that could last anything.
Yeah, I know. It's too bad that they couldn't make it work.
Yeah.
I mean, they were happy for a while.
Right. Well,
but after a few kills, that gets old too. You know.
Oh, you got to get something bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. I killed my wife for you.
My wife for you.
So if you're confessing to murder, always make sure the music is playing. You know.
And you got to think of Larry's position here. What a great ace in the hole. What a great card to play.
Use that forever if you're careful about it.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to start using that.
Well, I could just see it in everyday life, Honey, would you get the phone? Well, you're right next to it.
Yeah.
I killed my wife for you.
Yeah. There you
Take out the
All right,
trash.
I know.
I killed my wife for you. All right. Where's dinner? I killed my wife for you. Yeah.
Again with the I killed my wife for you.
How long are you going to hold this over my head?
You go to therapy and talk about it. It was a long time ago he killed his wife for me. What have you done for me lately?
Listen, doctor, I killed my wife for her, okay?
If you kill somebody else for me, maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll go.
What have you done for me lately?
What about my boss? Why don't you kill my boss for me?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there we go. Morsel of murder.
I have not had an update on Hill Air Force Base in a bit, but about 20 minutes ago they were saying Westgate's still a problem getting on there. No accidents being reported, no animals running loose. If you see something, though, please text us 33986 and I will pass it along. Attention beer snobs, don't miss the Utah Brewers Guild Collab Fest, Saturday, September 17th at McCarthy Plaza at Eccles Theater. 14 new collaborative beers crafted for your enjoyment.
All right.
Boner's coming up. Here are the candidates you'll consider.
Thank you.
Number one, but you are old enough to feed, clothe, and care for it for the next, 20 or more years?
Glad you found that one, yeah.
Boner candidate number two, I'm busted and disgusted with you cheap sons and daughters.
Another good one.
And boner candidate number three, she was better than our girls, so she must be a he, right?
Three.
These are all.
Oh, you're going to have a hard time picking today.
Excellent candidate.
3 excellent candidates coming up. Stand by for Boner of the Day and Big Boy News, all coming up in just a bit. Park City Culinary Institute, learning to cook. It's actually, it's important, I think.
Yes.
But it can also be fun and sexy. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anthony Bourdain wrote a chapter about how that's the way you impress people. Learn to cook, become fearless in the kitchen, and that's my thing. Is that I get in the kitchen, I get stressed, I freak out, and I get scared. I think I'm doing it wrong. But attend culinary school. You can effortlessly plan your meals, make your food look great, taste great. Cooking will be faster, easier, better, and fun. Your family and friends are going to love what you make. You don't need to aspire to be a pro chef to learn how to cook like one. Park City Culinary Institute, they're offering short, affordable programs, part-time courses, and night classes for busy people just like you. So you can finish in as little as 5 weeks. Learn to cook well, eat well, and more importantly, live well. So go online to apply. ParkCityCulinarYinstitute.com.
Real Alternative is back. X96.
Dear Carrie, Bill, and Gina, although Gina wasn't here when this happened, I don't believe. I've been listening to Radio from Hell since I was 14 or 15. I'm now 30, and I still spend my mornings listening to you all as I commute to work. I value your opinions, and for the most part, I share your ultra-liberal way of thinking. I often find myself quoting you when discussing politics or even just life events. It would be safe to say that I'm a loyal fan. However, one of my biggest pet peeves continues to pop up on the show, and I can't take it anymore. I'm a millennial. I was born in 1988, the heart of the millennial generation. Over the years, the term millennial has become an insult or comedic point for many, including myself. We are the generation of participation trophies and lackluster work ethic. Where my issue falls is this: the constant misuse of the term millennial. A millennial is anyone born between 1981 and 1996. So, yes, producer Katie is definitely a millennial. And the segment where you asked her all of the nostalgic questions was quite funny. But looking at the years that millennials were kids, wouldn't you think you wouldn't think it's that odd that a millennial would know what you were talking about? I mean, I could easily answer every one of the questions. It wasn't that hard. Perhaps I'm wrong, but it seems that you all think a millennial is much younger than they truly are. For the most part, millennials are in their late 20s, early 30s. We are the children of the late 80s and 90s. So it says, yet every other episode or so, there's a comment from you all about millennials and what we don't know. The breaking point was on the 17th when Bill made a comment about millennials getting into the TV show The Office. For the love of God, Bill, millennials were watching The Office when we were in junior high and high school. Maybe it's just silly of me to get so worked up.
It is.
Millennials. But millennials didn't eat Tide Pods. So fault us for our real mistakes. I love you all. I'm just annoyed by this. Probably I'm entitled, emotional, and a millennial. Love always, Molly. Well, Molly's right. So I looked it up. The generations. They name each generation.
I feel like I've read conflicting things on when the millennial ends and begins. So if she is correct, and you confirm that, then I'm a millennial too. I'm an older millennial, but I would still be a millennial.
Here's what it is. Some generations are known by one name only, as like baby boomers.
Okay.
That's what I would be. Names for other generations is a matter of some dispute among experts, but here are some of the things that we agree on. There's a chart at x96.com/live.
Okay.
Here's how Will and William Strauss, they're demographers, describe millennials. Millennials would be between 1980 and 2000, also known as Generation Y. Okay?
Okay.
So let's...
80 to late 90s. All right?
Yeah. Let's see. So people from 2000 to the present would be known as either the silent generation, the new silent generation, or Generation Z. Okay? But so then there's another one, the Population Reference Bureau. They have a little different, so there are different ones. But generally, millennials are between 1980 to 2000.
To late 90s, yeah.
Yeah, and that one is pretty set in all of these. But then there's, the silent generation, the baby boomers. That's 1946 to 64. Generation X, that was 65 to 79. And millennials, then present, they're calling the present new silent generation or Generation Z. So, but she's right, millennials, we just have I have the tendency to think of anybody who's really young is a millennial, and that's not true.
From now on, you're all young'uns.
Gen Z.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're young'uns. That's the title. That applies to everybody.
Young'uns?
Young'uns.
Okay.
My dad would say.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred? And this is regarding...
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. We do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub-down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub-down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor! I'm calling Mr. Acme. Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus! Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are 2 radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that! Very sorry, Mr. Acme. Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay.
Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay.
Was on this day?
1987.
Yes.
New Order Substance was released.
Which was essentially a best of, right?
And that song, when I was on the drill team, we did a dance to that.
Oh, boy, I'll bet that was good.
We're behind the drill team.
I'm sorry I missed that.
Let's get to Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today, August 18, 2022. I'll give you 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, then you will vote, and one of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
Can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1. But you are old enough to feed, clothe, and care for it for the next, 20 or more years?
I don't know how you're going to pick today. Every single one of
All of these are good candidates.
Jane Doe 22B is what she's referred to as. 16-year-old girl in the care of Florida welfare authorities told a Florida judge she was, again, she's 16, and her parents are out. I don't know what happened to her parents. She doesn't have parents. She's living with a relative. She told a Florida judge she was not ready to have a baby and sought a court order granting her permission to terminate a 10-week pregnancy. Well, the judge ruled that this young woman, again 16 years old, was not, quote, sufficiently mature to decide whether to terminate her pregnancy. An order An order.
So that automatically means, sir.
An order from an appeals court potentially will require the teen to become a mother instead. She's parentless. A ruling this week by the Court of Appeals says that she lives with a relative and is overseen by an appointed guardian. About 10 weeks into her pregnancy, she sought a judge's order approving an abortion under a state law restricting the rights of minors to the procedure. Her guardian, who was not named, agreed with her decision and said, yes, we support this.
Mm-hmm.
The order she sought is called a judicial bypass. Such orders generally involve minors who are reluctant to seek parental permission because they're afraid of the consequences. The circuit judge, though, rejected her request, didn't offer any details about why, except to say the judge believed she lacked the maturity to choose an abortion. You know, not only would that say to me that she lacks the maturity to raise a child,
yes,
but perhaps she doesn't want to. Does she have the maturity to say, well, I want to put this child up for adoption? Does she have that kind of maturity? What this judge is it's a woman judge, which is interestingly enough. I just can't fathom. I can't comprehend this.
Nope, me either.
It's baffling.
So it's boner candidate number one, but you are old enough to feed, clothe, and care for it for the next 20 years or so.
And go through the process of being pregnant, which is...
Yeah. Here's boner candidate number two. I am busted and disgusted with you cheap sons and daughters. This is a Missouri pastor, the show me state, you know. And the Missouri pastor, he's apologizing now after a video featuring his rant about being over his busted and disgusted congregation circulated on TikTok. The clip featured Carlton Funderburk, senior pastor at Kansas City's church at the Well, telling churchgoers that they were cheap sons and daughters for not honoring their pastor by buying him a Movado watch. I don't want to hear no more excuses about what you can't afford. You can't afford it because you don't see the value here, Funderburk said as he pointed toward the front of his church. Y'all hear from y'all pastor and father, I'm over y'all. I'm over your cheap expressions. See, that's how I know you're still poor, broke, busted, and disgusted, because of how you've been honoring me. Some churchgoers can be heard cheering for Funderburk during the rant. Boner, those are expensive watches, too. Boner candidate number two, I am busted and disgusted over you cheap sons and daughters.
Jesus wants me to have that Movado.
Now, he has said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone so far. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number three, she was better than our girl, so she must be a he, right?
All right. Boner candidate number three, coming up after this, Big Boy News and a Pinuendo, brought to you by...
The Liberty Farmers Market is open Thursdays from 4 till dusk at Liberty Park, featuring locally sourced produce, meat, eggs, baked goods, packaged foods, and unique specialty items. Learn more at slcfarmersmarket.org.
I know this was fascinating. In an open letter to his fans, Jonah Hill, referred to here as the Wolf of Wall Street actor, revealed that he will not promote his upcoming documentary, Stutz, which he directed, when it hits the film festival circuit later this year. Hill also wrote that he will stop doing press tours and public events for any upcoming movies that he's involved with. And the reason? He said, it's my years-long battle with anxiety and panic attacks. I have finished directing my second film. It's a documentary about me and my therapist, which explores mental health in general, called Stutz. The whole purpose of making this film is to give therapy and the tools I've learned in therapy to a wide audience for private use through an entertaining film, he wrote in his letter. He continued, through this journey of self-discovery within the film, I've come to an understanding that I have spent nearly 20 years experiencing anxiety attacks, which are exacerbated by the media appearances and public-facing events that I have to do. He also went on to write that he is so grateful that Stutz will premiere at a prestigious film festival. He's excited to share the project with the world in hopes that it will help those people who are also struggling. However, you will not see me out there promoting the film or any of my upcoming films. While I take this important step to protect myself,
good for
I
him.
think, I think that's, yeah. I mean, he's
hard to do.
Yeah,
That's-
he's saying, I have to do this for my mental health. Yeah,
and it's hard to do because a lot of times part of your contract for those things is you're required to do so much.
Well, now
press
part of his
for it.
contract will be, I am not required to. Robert De Niro is returning to the gangster drama genre, and he'll be sharing the screen with a Hollywood legend. He'll be sharing the screen with Robert De Niro.
What?
Robert De Niro is set to star opposite Robert De Niro in Wise Guys for Warner Brothers. It's a period mobster drama. The actor will play 2 roles in the film, both leading parts, because they couldn't find anybody as good as Robert De Niro.
Yeah,
Wise Guys is intended to be released theatrically with Barry Levinson directing, and he's a damn good director. He directed The Natural, Good Morning Vietnam, Rain Man, among others.
I'll be playing my evil twin. I'll have a goatee. That's how you'll know.
Wise Guys is a film centered on the Vito Genovese and Frank Costello story, 2 Italian-American crime bosses that ran their respective families in the middle of the 20th century. In 1957, Genovese, they were just in the news yesterday, the Genovese family, conducted a failed assassination attempt on Mr. Costello, Frank Costello, wounding him and forcing the mafia boss into early retirement. De Niro will play both Costello and Genovese. I think that's fascinating. It'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Let's see. With a unanimous vote, the Utah State Senate confirmed Judge Jill Pullman to the state's top court, the Utah Supreme Court. And with her confirmation to the court, Justice Pullman also made history. The court is now majority female.
Oh.
I am honored and truly humbled by this historic appointment to the Utah Supreme Court. Looking forward to serving the citizens of the great state of Utah in this new important role, she said in remarks after the vote. 3 of the 5 justices are women. Justice Diana Hagan was confirmed earlier this year, joining Justice Paige Peterson on the bench with Chief Justice Matthew Durant and Justice John Pierce. So now now these women are going to be running roughshod over these 2 judges, these 2 men. No, it's kind of interesting. It's that it is now female majority on the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I'll bet that's not the case in any other.
Don't know.
Any other court. Let's see. So I don't know how this happens, but it seems periodically a car crashes into Pineview Reservoir, goes off the road and into
It's one of my recurring nightmares.
I know. A car crashed into Pineview Reservoir Tuesday morning. The driver was able to get out uninjured before the car sank down into the water. It says here sunk. Is it sunk or sank? Before the car.
Today I sank. Yesterday I sank. Many times I have sunk.
The driver was able to get out uninjured before the car sunk or sank?
Sank.
Sank, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sank. So okay. Anyway, I get caught up on these things a little
today.
bit. Yes. Officials with the Weber County Sheriff's Office, and we'll send this reporter to school, with the Weber County Sheriff's Office said they responded after a witness saw a truck go off the road into the water and begin to sink. While crews were rushing to the area, the driver of the vehicle was able to get out and swim to the shore. The driver was the only occupant in the vehicle at the time of the crash, and then they got a truck and they pulled it out of the water. I'm sure it's a complete loss. An Ohio judge has ruled that Walmart, CVS, and Walgreens must pay a combined $650.6 million for damages related to the opioid crisis.
Oh, really?
Yeah. U.S. District Judge Dan Aaron Polster ruled that over the next 15 years, approximately $306.2 million must be paid to Lake County, Ohio, and approximately $344.4 million must be paid to Trumbull County. All 3 companies were found liable for their role in the opioid epidemic in those counties last November. They were found guilty last November. Polster presided over separate proceedings in May to determine how much money should be awarded. The counties alleged that the pharmacies abused their position of special trust and responsibility as registered dispensers of controlled drugs, and in so doing fostered a black market for prescription opioids. Poehler wrote in his ruling that the awarded damages were meant to address a small piece of a terrible and tenacious escalating national tragedy. The bulk of this problem, or this horrible problem, though, lies with the drug companies who had high-pressure salespeople who went out and sold these drugs to prescribing physicians under false pretenses.
Yeah.
In many cases, telling them these are great for relieving pain because they're not addictive.
Yeah.
When in fact they were, and they knew they were horribly addictive.
Yeah. There are any number of documentaries about it. So.
Yeah. And there are 2 new scorpions in California on its list of species. Now, they didn't just appear. This is all thanks to a pair of high school students hailing from the Bay Area and the California Academy of Sciences. Harper Forbes and Prakrit Jain made their headline-worthy discoveries while browsing thousands of observations uploaded to the community science platform Naturalist. Both new species are playa scorpions, which means you can only find them close by dry lake beds, which are playas, around the deserts of central and southern California. So these two adolescents made this discovery, 2 new species of scorpion. We needed a couple more, I think.
I don't know. I thought we had enough.
No, I don't think. You can never have enough scorpions, as far as I'm concerned. All right, that's it.
Sports, weather, weather traffic. Thank you.
Well, we're going to reach that century mark again. Today will be the 24th day. We already beat the record. Now we're just, ramming it into the ground. That record.
Isn't there a mercy law or something?
Yeah, there should be.
Yeah.
Hot again today. And then things change a little bit Friday, it looks like. 70% chance of showers tomorrow. And then we have that pattern, looks like, throughout the weekend. And things cool off down into the 80s. So that will be nice. Let's see. Friends of the program letting us know there's an accident with injuries in Erda SR 36 affecting both north and southbound traffic. Also, Hill Air Force Base, Westgate, still backed up and bad. Thank you, friends of the program who sent all of those updates in. They did that via text, and I'm sure it was safe for them to do that when they chose to send it in at 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right, we'll get to boner candidate number 3 here. Those of you who've already started voting for one of the other candidates, hang on.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah, boner candidate number 3. Well, she was better than our girls, so she must be a he, right? Oh, boy.
I don't know. Yeah, where do you start with this one?
Well, and where do I start? Because this story is kind of, the printing is mixed up. A student-athlete school, some parents asked for an investigation after parents called into question the gender of a winning competitor. After one competitor outclassed the rest of the field in a girls' state-level competition last year, the parents of the competitors who placed second and third lodged a complaint with the Utah High School Activities Association, calling into question the winner's gender. David Spatafor, the UHSAA's legislative representative, addressing the Utah Legislature's Education Interim Committee on Wednesday, said the association, without informing the student or family members about the inquiry, the student they were looking into, asked the student's school to investigate. The school examined the student's enrollment records. The school went back to kindergarten, and she had always been identified as female, he said. To protect the student's identity, Spatafor said he would not reveal the sport, the classification of play, nor the school the student attended. He told committee members about the events in response to their questions of whether the UHSAA, which sanctions and oversees high school activities, receives complaints and how they are handled. Spatafor said the association has received other complaints, some that said, that female athlete doesn't look feminine enough. The association took every one of those complaints seriously. We followed up on all of the complaints with the school and the school system. Because there's a law, a ban on transgender girls participating in female school sports, which was passed during the final hours of the 2022 session. We didn't get to the parents or the students simply because of all of the questions about eligibility were answered by the school or the feeder system school. There's no reason to make this a personal situation. So because they got beaten by a girl, the parents of the other two girls said, there must be something wrong here.
What are you teaching your children? What kind of people do you want them to grow up to be? They lost a sports competition. You want them to grow up thinking if you lose something, you sue about it?
The legislation sponsored by Representative Kara Birkeland of Morgan, the one that got passed, bans transgender girls from participating in girls' sports. Birkeland said House Bill 11 was very difficult to get passed. I worked on that for 2 years. And what goes along with this, too, and I'm just going to mention this, and sort of part of the Boner candidate, Representative Brady Brammer of Highland has requested a hearing before the Utah State Legislature's Interim Administrative Rules and Government Oversight Committee. He's going to explore whether the state's Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing had the authority to implement an administrative rule banning LGBTQ conversion therapy.
Oh, this is a whole other thing.
It's all part of the same mentality.
Yeah.
Conversion therapy has been, if someone is gay and they would take them to alleged psychiatrist or psychologist, and they
we'll change that.
We'll change them. And Utah passed a law banning that because it's
it was
nonsense.
How much therapy could you have, Bill, that would turn you gay? How much therapy would it take for you, straight Bill Allred, to be turned gay?
Well, if they did to me what they did to some of those kids, hook me up to some electric batteries and show me pictures, to get me to... I might lie.
Yeah, to be done with it.
Because that's torture.
A couple of things. First of all, Atropos says, I hope Dan McKay is proud of this behavior he and the GOP has enabled. Yes, that's true.
Yep.
And he is.
He is.
Mm-hmm. He's fine with this.
And secondly, if you've listened to this show over the years, we've sarcastically said, sports builds character. We're changing that.
Yeah, it's really sports reveals character.
And that can be good.
Yes.
Or bad.
Or bad.
Yes.
In this case,
it's bad.
Very. All right, let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, but you're old enough to feed, clothe, and care for it for the next, 20 or more years? A Florida court saying a 16-year-old girl in that state is too immature to choose an abortion. Boner candidate number 2, I am busted and disgusted with you cheap sons and daughters. A Missouri pastor ripping his congregation because they didn't buy him an expensive Moldavo watch. And Boner candidate number 3, she was better than our girls, so she must be a he, right?
You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day for today, August 18, 2022. 3 ways to vote. First one is texting. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. That's how the computer counts it. 1, 2, or 3. That's all we need. 33986 is the text number. Now, the phone number for a live voice vote with Katie is 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner of the Day, August 18, 2022, and vote there. All right? You've got 4 minutes to do it. Let's go. It's Boner of the Day.
I've said it before, and I will say it.
The boner.
And it's brought to you in part by a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich.
Did you make that for yourself?
I did it, but I didn't have any lettuce.
No.
So I put some onions on it instead, and it was pretty good that way, too.
And Baseco, it's the first name in foundation stabilization in Utah. Is that just a crack in the wall, or is it a sign of a major issue? Are your windows or doors sticking? Does any area of the floor slope? Level up with Baseco, Utah's highest quality foundation stabilization and repair. Schedule a free assessment today at baseco.net. That's BASECO.net.
I did that bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich mainly because my wife, before she left town, said, "Do me a favor and eat this bacon while I'm gone, will you?" And I said, "Okay, now I know why she. I know why she wanted me to do it. It's way too salty. The brand is too salty." All right, here's the winner of today's boner voting. It was so number 2 got left in the dust.
Yeah, nobody cared.
18 people cared about the pastor wanting the nice watch. So it was a battle between number 1, the 16-year-old girl who the Florida court says you are not mature enough to have an abortion, which implies that she's mature enough to raise a child.
Yeah.
Or at the very least go through a pregnancy.
Yeah. Going up, and that is an excellent point.
Yeah,
really.
it's not just the pregnancy itself is hard.
Being pregnant, especially when you're, it's hard enough when you're mature, but and then going up against the LGBTQ. Well, she must be a guy because she beat. So winning, and I sort of wish it had been number 3.
I was rooting for number 3.
It was number 1, the 16-year-old.
Yeah. There you go. We don't pick them, you do. It's Boner of the Day for today, August 18. Hey, the mayor's on the phone.
Oh, Salt Lake City Mayor Erin Mendenhall. Good morning, Madam Mayor. How are you?
Good morning. I'm very well, thanks.
We saw you in the news about the tiny house project. Is it in fact really getting underway?
There really is a beautiful, actual, tangible tiny home that is the first of what will be about 60. Hopefully, phase 1 will be able to come online pretty soon. The big news is that not only was there a tiny home that we were able to tour, but I've sent the required packet of information to the council. So now they can finally, hopefully, go through the public process and make a decision on the rezone and whether or not it's all right for us to donate city land for this use. So we're thrilled. The tiny home is beautiful. The Other Side Village is doing a great job preparing to make it all a reality.
Can you tell people what the Other Side Village is? And we're showing a picture of the interior of this tiny home right now at x96.com/live. It's very nice looking. But what is the Other Side Academy?
Yeah, the Other Side Academy are our friends in Salt Lake City on 7th East and about 1st South. They are they're a home, really. It's where about 90 people live. They're students. It's a couple-year program, and they learn how to live their lives in a different way than they have been, more responsible, accountable, and productive members of society. They've been friends to me and taught me a lot over the years. And so as I started to talk as mayor about wanting to have a tiny home village that gave people who are experiencing chronic homelessness in Salt Lake City a new option, an independent option with the dignity of their own home, but that lives still in a communal setting, which is something that people who've been on the streets a long time don't want to lose and leave, is that community aspect. We've never done anything like it in the state of Utah. So when my friends at the Other Side Academy said, we actually want to branch out and take on a village like this, I was thrilled. And so the Other Side Village came out of the Other Side Academy, and they've been incredible neighbors in the downtown community, and I think they're going to continue that on the west side.
Now, so you're going to go to the council with this, and the main thing is they have to sign off on deeding over city-owned land to this project. What about funding? Is that part of what the council has to decide on?
So actually no direct funding at all. There's two things. There's a rezone, because right now that is a piece of land where we store wood chips, where potentially the city could develop in the future. So we have to rezone it so people can live on it. But most of all, yes, is this public benefit analysis. And anytime we give anything, and in this case it will be a lease, we're not selling it to them, the long-term lease. if we give something away that belongs to the public, we have to go through analysis to say, here's the benefit, which basically guarantees how are you going to operate in an affordable, a deeply affordable way that makes sure that people experiencing chronic homelessness have first cracks at any of these units that open up. And that took a lot more time than we expected it to, but it's done, and we're ready to send it off.
Not familiar with where this parcel of land is. I mean, I've heard the coordinates, but what is the piece of land like? Is it a nice place to build tiny homes?
I think so, and as we look around the country at other places where tiny homes are happening, Los Angeles and even Detroit have some under freeways in overpass areas. This one is not that. It's just west of Redwood Road and on about Indiana Avenue, and it's a very large piece of land, so we're working in a phased process with sort of a first batch that would house these first 60, and it's nice. It's a nice piece of land.
And did I understand or read that this particular tiny home, this prototype, was designed by some students at the U?
That's right. Yeah, it's University of Utah graduate students and their design and build program up there, which is unique nationally. There's not very many of those. They did it. It's absolutely beautiful. All of the interior stuff was donated. And there's home builders, and I believe even the community college, who are excited to donate homes, donate labor to make the other tiny homes happen. So this is really being built by Joseph Grenny, who runs the Other Side Academy and Village, said it takes a village to build a village, and that's what we're starting to see happen here.
Excellent. Mayor Mendenhall, we support you fully in this effort. Thank you for doing it, and thanks for talking with us.
Thank you. Maybe someday we can go out there and you can do a live broadcast.
I'd love that.
Yeah, I'd like to do that too. From inside a tiny
All right.
home.
All right, thank you.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Traffic, please.
Crash on SR 36 at Erdaway in Tooele County. Both lanes northbound are blocked. The left lane heading south also blocked. Traffic heading north is nearly stopped from 20th North to Erdaway. And Buffalo's been rounded up in Tooele. It took 3 junior cowboys and a horse trailer. No injuries to report, just a broken gate and some mad commuters.
All those loose livestock out there.
Secure your load, Tooele.
That it?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. We will take a break. We'll be back. Beat Gina is coming up. RenaissanceRanch.com.
If you are struggling with addictions, drugs, alcohol, whichever it be, you know how hard it is. Or maybe you have someone in your family, a loved one, who's going through this, and it's just hard, so hard to reach out to begin to break the cycle of addiction. Well, that's where Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center comes in. This is a local, family-owned institution. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's premier drug and alcohol treatment facilities. Their program is designed for male patients specifically, we should point out. They do offer inpatient and residential, I guess is how you would say it, and outpatient services, staffed by recovering addicts who know what you're going through. They have great empathy because they have been there. Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center. Schedule a free consultation. Go to RenaissanceRanch.com. They do accept most private insurance.
Hi,
Is it chilly weather yet?
I think
You want to eat chili?
Well, see, I had a little argument with my wife, and I just wanted to clear this up. I know it's September.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite chilly weather yet.
Well, but
it's going to be like almost 90 today.
Some friends of ours, our friends the Duncans, Linda had some surgery, so we made dinner for them. And my wife said to me a couple of days before, will you make dinner for the Duncans? And I said, yeah, sure. And I said, well, I said, what should I make? Maybe I'll make lasagna. And then I thought, no. Dave's from an Italian family. He grew up eating Italian food, and his mother cooks Italian. I'm not going to make lasagna. I know, a big pot of chili. I'll make a big pot of chili. So I have all this planned, and then the day before yesterday, I said, well, I'm going to make that chili for the Duncans tomorrow. My wife said, well, chili?
It's hot.
It's not chilly weather.
It's not chilly weather. She's
and
right.
I thought of chilly when it was rain. You know, it was rainy last week, and it was kind of rainy and drizzly. And I said chilly, and then she said, "Well, it's not chilly weather." And I thought, "Come now, wait a minute though. I like a good bowl of chili anytime."
Chili is a
Here's why. Actually, hot weather is chilly weather.
Yeah.
Why is it that in the Latin American countries, that's where all the spicy food is?
Yeah.
It's because it's so hot, they want to sweat so that it cools them down. So make it spicy, and it's chilly weather.
Yeah. I just
Boom. There you go.
I just don't understand why there has to be a certain weather for certain food.
No, it's like
if
Joe,
it's good chili,
Joe makes
anytime.
these stews, but he can only do it like in the fall and the winter.
But
Like
that's
having
mainly because
stew
he has clients in town.
No, but like you don't have stew in July.
Sure
Stew
you do.
Stew is a cold weather.
That's true. We make chicken noodle soup, and
You don't ever
and
do
we
it in the
only do
summer.
that when it starts to
Yeah.
get cold.
But you can do it.
But I think that you could, and again with the spicy, that's what I think.
Well, that's fine. You
You're
guys go
making
ahead.
chili.
You guys go ahead and pigeonhole yourselves. I'm going to be the guy who has grilled cheese and tomato soup any day of the week.
When it's 100 degrees
No,
outside.
I had
Grilled
that a few
cheese
weeks
and-
ago. I had that a few weeks ago because we had tomatoes from Dad's garden, and we had too many.
So you made tomato soup?
So Sue made tomato soup, and we had grilled cheese.
By the way, you can always bring me more tomatoes.
Oh, okay. Smoked Gouda,
Yeah.
grilled cheese.
Yeah.
Awesome. Gouda.
So that's I'm going to be the guy because I like a good
You
bowl
break
of
the
chili.
rules there,
Anytime.
Brad.
Stu, you have Joe next summer.
Okay.
Right.
Have Joe make me a stew.
We'll have you over for stew.
I'm telling
I'm
you.
not following society's rules.
I'm not putting up with that chilly weather.
That's right.
I'm going to eat chili anytime I want.
Don't try to tell me.
Sometimes I felt a little tied down by a mortgage, kids. I felt
you're
tied down
you're
by.
pushing back.
That's it,
Push
baby.
back.
That's it.
Take that.
No more crap for me. I'm eating chili in the summer.
Take that, society.
In your face, man.
Always being held down by the man.
That's it. All right. Chili for me.
That's right.
Thank
Don't
you.
chain
Thank
me
you.
down with your manners.
Exactly.
At 8:05 right now. We do have Beat Gina coming up. Stand by for that.
I'm sorry. I was just working on that, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
I know what we're doing here. I got a couple of things here quickly. First of all, hummus.
First of all, hummus.
Yeah, and this is just a simple little thing. I bought some hummus yesterday. I was craving it, and so I was at the grocery store, and I'll get this, and I got my little container of hummus, and then I go to check out of the grocery store there at Smith's, and the checker says, "You know this is fire roasted red pepper hummus, don't you?" I said,
It was a warning?
I said, "Yeah." Okay.
That's why I'm buying it.
Well, I'm just making sure. Yeah. I mean, it's because, I like many kinds of hummus. I like plain hummus, but sometimes I like the fire-roasted red peppers, and then they put some oil and stuff. And I said, but I just thought that was odd. She must have had several experiences where people bought that thinking they were buying just plain hummus and then
Isn't it a
complained.
different color?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you look at, you can see the little red peppers right there in the center of it, on top of it. But I don't know. I just thought it was odd that I think she was warning me somehow. Anyway, but I also have this. I keep a file called the Gina file. I also keep a file called the Carrie file, but I almost never put anything in there.
There's usually monkey stuff in
Yeah, if maybe a monkey thing, but... so there are 2 stories in the Gina file today, which I know, Gina, you will really find. You'll like these a lot. Sometimes,
I hope so, because sometimes you say that, and then it's something about people being fat, and I don't like those
Well,
stories.
this is kind of about being fat.
I knew it!
No, but hang on.
What?
You're going to love this. Girls do not shed pounds from being more physically active, according to new research. A team in Norway says that their figures are not controlled by how much time they spend running, walking, or in the gym. Exercise has, of course, other health benefits, but being more physically active does not help girls lose body fat, Gina.
Again, all right. What helps then?
Aren't you happy to know that?
What helps?
Well, I don't know, but you don't have to exercise.
Well, what I want from that story is that doesn't work, but here's what does.
In girls, we found no connection between their physical activity and amount of body fat. Increased physical activity did not lead to a loss of fat. What? The body fat had no effect or changes in their physical activity. Increased body fat in boys led to less physical activity. God, I know that's true. When they were 8, 10, and 12 years old. Now these are Norwegian children.
Oh,
so
well, they're all skinny, aren't they?
I think so.
Yeah.
Now it doesn't say what you can do.
That's not helpful.
Well, okay, maybe this will be helpful. The second story we have, and that is, ice cream is better for you than a multigrain bagel. That could have gone in your file too, Carrie.
Put that in my file.
Yeah. So a new study from Tufts University in Massachusetts suggests that ice cream is a healthier choice than a multi-grain bagel, or what they now call those. They call them everything bagels. And you can.
Well, everything bagel is the flavoring on top.
Yeah.
The multigrain is what they're made of.
Yeah.
And that's.
It says in research, experts at the Friedman School of Nutrition Science. Now this is in Massachusetts, none of that Norway stuff.
There's fat people in Massachusetts,
yeah,
so
plenty
I
of them.
believe this.
The Friedman School of Nutrition Science and Policy at Tufts University developed a food compass to rank any type of food from 1 to 100 based on nutrition. The higher the number, the healthier the food. When comparing foods, the study gave an ice cream cone with nuts and chocolate ice cream a 37, while a multigrain bagel with raisins received a 19, and saltine crackers a 7. White chocolate-covered almonds and sweet potato chips might not be surprisingly healthy choices. Other options that rank high are plain Fritos chips. So these are make you really fat, which were given a 55. Whole grain frozen French toast, which was scored at a 35, and non-fat cappuccino was ranked at 69.
But Carrie seemed like, when you said ice cream.
Ice cream.
Is this an argument you have made before, that ice cream is good for you?
No, I just like ice cream.
Oh, okay.
You just.
I would like to replace my meals
with ice cream.
with just ice cream.
Okay, now wait a minute. The higher the number, the healthier the food. So that means potato chips, I read that wrong. Fritos, potato chips, they have a 55, while whole grain frozen waffles only have a 35. And the non-fat cappuccino is a 69. So a non-fat cappuccino is healthier, and Fritos are healthier than frozen French toast. Vegetables score very high, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But it's no surprise that they have they're the best thing for you. But ice cream is better for you than a bagel. Sugar sweetened sodas with an average score of 27, while 100% fruit and vegetable drinks came in at 67. So,
I really enjoy a good bagel, though.
Well, yeah. How about a nice bagel with ice cream on it?
Yeah.
If I eat a bagel, I pretty much don't have to eat anything the rest of the day.
The rest of the day?
Well, it stays.
Yeah, I mean,
with
they're
you.
a good bagel, a hefty one. Yeah.
With anything on it or just plain?
I like Biscoff on it.
God.
No, I mean, you get you a really good, like one of Feldman's Deli.
Mhm.
You know, you get a good bagel from there.
That will
nice,
stay with you.
Nice, substantial bagel. Chewy.
The healthiest meat is seafood.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Given an average of 67, followed by poultry and beef. Poultry, 42.67. Beef, kind of not that great. Sorry, Gina.
Beef is
24.9 for beef. So not nearly as good as poultry or seafood.
Okay.
So ice cream, have all the ice cream you want, and stay away from the bagels. That's what I say.
Okay.
Okay?
It's like when you get your tonsils out. You can have all the ice cream you want.
And don't worry when you put on the extra pounds. The fact that you don't exercise will make no difference.
No difference.
No difference.
So ice cream and no exercise.
I can do that.
Life is good. All right.
Let's see where fire roasted pepper hummus is on.
Yeah, where is that?
I don't.
On your bagel.
Let's see. That crashing on Erdaway in Tooele. I haven't had an update in about 20 minutes on that, but I'll mention it anyway. SR 36 Erdaway in Tooele. Both lanes northbound blocked. Left lane heading south also blocked. Probably still causing an issue, but if you're in that area and can let me know for sure, I appreciate it. 33986. Feldman's Deli. We were just talking about Feldman's. Utah's authentic Jewish deli with expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Breakfast till 10:30. Lunch, dinner, live music Fridays and Saturdays. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
And delicious bagels while they last.
They don't
run
last
out.
all day.
They run
Oh,
out.
do they?
They do. So
Get them
get 'em.
early.
Beat Gina. Let's play. It's 877-602-9696. It's the number to call. Play Beat Gina. Let me see the trivia. Patrick Swayze trivia today. Because had he lived, it would be his birthday today.
What's the prize?
What is the prize?
Incubus and Sublime with Rome are coming to USANA Amphitheater on August 24th.
Incubus tickets at 877-602-9696. Call and play Beat Gina. Line up now, 877-602-9696.
And now.
We're having second thoughts because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. Just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Ah, yeah, very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010, and her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names.
You should feel strongly about that.
Nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall, in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature with the name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be, Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name? Some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
Oh, she's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess. And one of them, middle name...
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them.
Don't they know that she's a general? General Leia.
Well, it's
Sanderson,
not a princess anymore.
But there was an actual Princess Leia.
Wow.
And a lot of Emilys.
Emilys.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
there's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, Her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, so just don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane?
Thane.
Thane.
Thane. He was a bad kid.
Thane. That's what.
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, "I love my son's name, Thane."
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing? No. Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right. For some reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm. He now works at R.C. Willey. See, Nathan, he's a nice guy.
He's a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right?
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
how popular
is I don't know how popular it is.
Well, if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think.
Load, so nothing will distract you from a blast furnace of fun with the fearless Gina Barberi as we begin the game. Yes, it's time for Beat Gina. I'm your announcer, Johnny O. If you're feeling sluggish or weighed down, it could mean your digestive system is not working its best. Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health. Metamucil gently goes to work in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. To start feeling lighter and more energetic, take Metamucil every day. And now, here's a man who is always light and not weighed down, Kerry Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny Ola.
You're welcome.
Getting some of that Metamucil money.
All right. Well, they pay me in Metamucil.
Oh, well, still.
Take it twice a day.
It's like being given money, in a way. Well, the randomizer has chosen Irma as your contestant, Gina.
Hello, Irma.
Hello.
Hi, Irma. Okay, we're going to toss a coin to see who goes. Irma?
Uh-oh.
We lost Irma.
Just like that?
She got so excited that she hung up. All right. Well, then let's...
Do we have someone else?
We'll take... let's see. Luckily, Justin hung on the line. So thank you,
Sorry,
Justin. Are you
Irma.
there? Irma, I'm sorry. Justin?
Yes, I'm here.
There we are. Justin?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, don't move. All right.
Hold still, Justin.
We're going to toss a coin to see who goes first. You tell me heads or tails. It'll give you an advantage in the game if you win.
Let's go with heads.
All right, coin toss app says heads, as you can see, Gina.
Oh, man.
All right. That means that the first question is yours to answer exclusively, Justin. If you get it correct, you get the point. If not, I will turn it over to Gina and let her answer it, and she'll steal the point away from you. We'll go back and forth like that until one of you has 3 points. Now, if you beat Gina, you will win
tickets to see Incubus and Sublime with Rome at USANA Amphitheater on August 24th.
And if she beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
I'm going to be donating some toys either way to the road home over in Midvale.
Either way is the right answer.
Wonderful.
Nice.
All right. This first question is for you. If Patrick Swayze had lived, it would be his birthday today. Well, it is his birthday, so whether he's alive or dead, it doesn't matter. All right, so this first question is for you, Justin. Here we go. I learned so much about Patrick Swayze yesterday.
Do you have a new appreciation?
Preparing these? No. Preparing these questions, though. All right. Here we go. Justin, your first question. And let me just preface this one by saying that all of these are, in fact, Patrick Swayze movies and roles.
Okay.
All right. Patrick Swayze was reportedly offered $6 million to reprise which of his roles? Was it Ace Johnson in Skate Town, USA 2? Sam Wheat in Ghost 2? Doug Zimmer in Pigs vs. Freaks 2? Or D, Johnny Castle for Dirty Dancing 2?
I'm going to go with D.
Johnny.
Nicely done, Justin.
Okay.
That's 1 point for you. Now let's see what Gina can do.
Let's see, Gina. Okay. What music video from the 80s can you spot Patrick Swayze in?
Oh.
Yes. Was it A, Rosanna from Toto? B, Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley? C, Separate Ways by Journey? Or D, Steel Panther's Fat Girl?
A process of elimination is telling me that it is Rosanna.
Correct.
All right, that's one for Gina. The game is tied. Your turn, Justin.
Justin.
All right.
In 1991, he was chosen by People magazine as one of the 50 most beautiful people in the world. The same year, he was also named People magazine's winner of what? Was it A, Best Dancer of the Year? B, the Golden Mullet Award? C, Sexiest Man Alive? Or D, the Carbuncle Cup?
All right. This is a tough one, but I'm going to go with C.
Sexiest Man Alive is correct.
All right, 2-1. Now, Gina, you have a chance to tie the game.
Let's see. Gina? He was considered for many roles. Which role was he not considered for?
Okay.
Was it A, Harbor Master Frank Silla in Jaws? B, Bruce Wayne in the 1989 Batman movie? C, Martin Riggs in Lethal Weapon? Or D, Connor McLeod in Highlander?
That's not fair, Carrie. I feel bad for Justin that you gave me that question. It's A.
A, it is correct. All right.
2-2. Now, Justin, you could win the game here. Think carefully. Choose carefully.
All right. The movie Ghost, Justin. What did Patrick Swayze chew to properly portray a ghost? To get into the mood, to portray a ghost, what did he chew? Was it A, Blueberry? B, mint gum? C, ghost toasties? D, ice cubes?
D, ice cubes?
Ice cubes.
And Justin wins the game. Congratulations, Justin. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Well, very good. You got those Incubus tickets.
And all you have to do is hang on the line, and we'll tell you how to get the tickets. Justin.
All right, hang on.
Hang on. I've got to go. I'll see you on the flip side. I don't want to miss my electroshock therapy session.
No, please don't. Yeah.
We need you.
Got to keep that.
All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now, brought to you by...
Shot entirely in space, sharing the joy, wonder, and dangers of life in orbit with 6 astronauts on a life-changing mission aboard the International Space Station. Space Explorers, the ISS experience, is now playing at Clark Planetarium.
Well, I just don't know what to make of this. Kanye West, who changed his name to Ye in 2021, has come under fire for what's being described as a visual merchandising strategy at the Gap. I don't know why he would be under fire for this, but instead of displaying the latest Yeezy Gap collection on traditional hangers and T-shirt, they're called plinths, that they, those plastic things. The clothes appear in giant trash bags dotted around the floor. So there you go at x96.com/live. Instead of hanging up, they're
because this is attractive to people to.
I mean, if that's the way he wants to do it, okay. I'm just not sure why.
All right.
In a viral post now liked by more than 57,000 people, a New York-based Twitter user said, Gap employees, quote, won't help you find your size, too. You just have to dig through everything.
Hell?
The photos spread across the internet with many declaring the unconventional display technique a social experiment. Representatives for the Gap and Ye did not immediately respond to requests from one Twitter poster. Those said, "I love Kanye, but I couldn't imagine paying $200 for basic clothes out of a trash bag on the floor."
Bag, yeah.
Jack White has some important questions about Snoop Dogg's new cereal, Snoop Loops.
This is very important.
Okay, all right.
A few days ago, Snoop Loops, a new cereal from Snoop Dogg's Broadus Foods brand. Broadus, I believe, is his real last name.
That's his last name, Calvin Broadus, I believe.
Now the Fruit Loops-like cereal, or more specifically its packaging, has left Jack White with some major questions. Yesterday, he took to Instagram to share an image of the Snoop Loops box and reveal that he's put a lot of thought into this. His post begins, I would like to personally congratulate Snoop Dogg on his new cereal release and a pat on the back for its charitable benefits that will be producing, that it will be producing. It's very nice. But I have a couple of important questions about the box that the cereal is delivered to customers in. Now, here's the nitty-gritty. In the press release from Broadus Foods, the photo of the cereal box contains the words, more marshmallows. More than what? If this is, in fact, a brand new cereal, it can't be more marshmallows than before.
This is a good question.
Is it a statement that this cereal has more marshmallows than, say, a bag of sand? Or a typical Caesar salad? Or is it a demand from Snoop Dogg himself that we just have more marshmallows in this world in general?
You should have more marshmallows in your life.
That last theory is my hope, he says. Lastly, the photograph on Master P's Instagram shows a different phrase, an unplural more marshmallow without the S. I have questions about this. Answers are demanded. Snoop Dogg has not
responded?
Not responded, at least at this point.
I think Jack's just angling for a free box of cereal.
Maybe. Let's see. Another 7,819 Utahns tested positive for COVID-19 in the last week, pushing the tally.
That's still a thing?
COVID? Yeah, it is.
All right.
Pushing the total to very close to 1 million since the pandemic began. As a matter of fact, we're probably going to pass the 1 million mark. We've already passed the 1 million mark.
Yes.
Because there are so many unreported cases. So that is reported cases, confirmed cases. There have been more than that.
Because, you tested at home, and
I never.
And you never.
Did I report?
I wanted you to report it.
I don't think I. I'm not sure. Did I?
No.
If you can't remember,
who do you report it to?
On an app. On the app.
Oh.
I think I put it on the app.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted you to report it.
Well, you didn't say that.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, well, I think I did then. If you said that to me, then I did it.
All right, good.
Okay. I wouldn't have blown you off and ignored you.
And I even think we had Dr. Dunn on the phone, and she gave a number, and I said, add 1 to that.
Yeah. So there you go. So you reported it, too.
I reported it for you.
An Idaho mother and her 4 children are mourning the unexpected loss of their husband and father. This is so weird and sad. He went to the hospital this month. He said my knee is hurts. I've just had knee pain.
Okay.
And so he goes to the hospital. Zach Hansen figured he had some kind of infection in his knee, and he went to the emergency room on August 7th to get medical care. And by the end of the day, the doctor said, "You have leukemia."
Wow.
Shockingly, the cancer progressed so rapidly, Zach Hansen died 3 days later.
3 days?
Yep.
Wow.
Quote, "I think he knew. He just had a feeling because he kind of gives a farewell speech, even though it was his first day. We had the diagnosis," recalls his wife, Natalie. He said, "My only worry is for you and the kids. I mean, I'm okay." Now, he knew he had leukemia, but who knew that leukemia is, I believe, is the most or among the most curable of cancers. It's containable usually. The Hansens had been married for 16 years, had 4 kids. It's really
Cancer
3
just
days.
generally is all about when you catch it.
It really is.
So, they've been talking about this dredging Utah Lake proposal.
Terrible idea.
To build islands and
homes.
Yeah. Well, a decision has come down from Capitol Hill, Utah's Capitol Hill on Utah Lake. The project to dredge and create islands and highways has been stopped. The proposal is not constitutional and legally sound, said James Barnes, the director of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. Director Barnes spoke about the Natural Resources, Agriculture, and Environmental Interim Committee. He spoke before them. This is all in conjunction with House Bill 240, which was passed last year. The short of the bill is that Forestry, Fire, State Lands would have a say over any proposal that would aim to dredge Utah Lake. Now, they looked at it.
Mm-hmm.
The group Lake Restoration Solutions have sought to dredge the lake and create islands that would go across it, potentially developing those islands for profit as well. And they said, as they examined it, the committee said, I think not. Not a good idea. Mitt Romney is not wrong when he says to St. George, the community of St. George, look, if you don't stop using water better, you're not going to be able to continue developing and growing. He said, he also warned that the planned, and they're still talking about doing this, Lake Powell pipeline may not make sense without broader agreements.
Well, yeah, what are you going to pipe? There's nothing there to pipe.
It doesn't make sense in any respect. Even if the lake were full, it doesn't make sense if the reservoir were full. But Romney says, drought could dry up any development in St. George and other areas unless you make significant changes in the use and conservation of water. We should have talked to Mayor Mendenhall about this, too. She's kind of all over this for Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Been talking about how we can use water better in the city.
Mm-hmm.
And the city is developing and doing things to do that.
This fall, we're having our front yard xeriscaped.
Who's going to do it? Tell me
We
off
got
the
a
air if you want.
family
Carrie, why are you bothering with this stuff? You don't have kids.
I know, right? I'm doing more for the environment than y'all with kids.
Former Vice President Mike Pence said Wednesday he would give due consideration to any formal invitation to testify before the House Select Committee investigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. I don't know why. They must have asked him already.
Sure.
Why wouldn't they have? But he hinted that he would. Maybe there's executive privilege involved here as well. Pence made the remarks during a Q&A after a speech at the New Hampshire Institute of Politics.
There's no executive privilege there, Mikey.
I don't know why. I mean, they must have asked him already.
I don't think they have.
The former chief financial officer of the Trump Organization expected to plead guilty today to a 15-year tax fraud scheme, and he is willing to testify in a possible future trial, but will not enter into a cooperation agreement to aid New York prosecutors in their criminal investigation of the real estate company's finances. I don't understand that sentence. He is willing to testify in a possible future trial, but will not enter into a cooperation agreement. So he's saying, I will testify.
He's not making a deal.
Yeah, but I'm not making a deal to lessen my sentence. Is that what he's saying?
But if he pleads guilty today, then that means that in the future he cannot use the Fifth Amendment.
Oh, that's what it is.
Alan Weisselberg is who we are talking about, a fiercely loyal, longtime employee of former President Trump, is in advanced talks to plead to the indictment. The judge overseeing the case has set a hearing for Thursday morning. So Weisselberg certainly must know that if he pleads guilty, he cannot use the Fifth Amendment in future investigations. So he must be doing that purposefully. So he's saying, "I'm going to tell you everything."
Basically,
is that what he's saying?
But I'm being forced to.
Yeah. Because loyalty.
Because loyalty. Yeah. All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Mike Tyson's Fighting Fury is plant-based, but it's not as health-conscious as it sounds. Ahead of fights these days, the legendary once heavyweight boxing champion fuels up on weed. We know he has his own.
Yeah.
And magic mushrooms.
What's he doing fighting anyway?
Yeah.
He needs the money, allowing the high to tame his infamous aggressive rage in the ring. Quote, I should have had you read this, Gary. I like taking mushrooms and smoking before fighting. I take psychedelics every day.
Every day I take them.
Cannabis is good to work out for me. I just wish I was smoking back when I was really fighting. If I'd smoked during my boxing career, I probably wouldn't have been so aggressive.
Well, isn't that the reason he won?
I was going to say, isn't that was your advantage?
All
right.
Dope.
That's sports.
Weather.
What a dope. See what he did there?
There's a reason they call it dope.
We're fixing to have day 24 of 100-degree heat or more in Utah. We've crushed that record and continue to move on.
Oh.
Looks like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, though, we're going to cool things down into the 80s with chances of showers all 3 of those days. Traffic looks like we're doing pretty well. That Erda situation I have not heard an update on in quite a while. It might still be an issue for you. That's out on SR 36 and Erda Way. You could let me know if you're seeing something out there. I would appreciate it. 33986. Gracie's is open daily for lunch, dinner, brunch on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Enjoy food, drinks, live music on their award-winning patio. Gracie's at the corner of 3rd Southwest Temple. Adults only.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be right back, okay?
Hey, I'm Marcy. I've got coffee in hand, and I am ready to go. I've got your 1 hour of nonstop music winged.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Pork Rind, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Pork Rind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strangepork.
Hello, elders.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons. We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the Sex Life and Forever and Ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as.
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the Feld.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I begin to assault our guest with karate chops. Hi!
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen!
No, what I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Oh, Captain Hogthrob can marry people! You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie!
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders!
D.
But it's not?
No.
It's Robert Gerke.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gerke. Gerke. Radio from Hell on X96.
Very. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Yep. I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Good. Robert, let me ask you this off the bat here. How involved was Mike Lee in trying to overturn the election in favor of Donald Trump?
I think I'm still waiting to see if there are other shoes to drop in that. The text messages were pretty compelling, I think, to indicate that he was closely involved coordinating with the White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, about how to approach this. If you remember, he put Sidney Powell. We know Sidney Powell, the attorney who is facing sanctions for her misinformation that she's filed in court briefs. He put her in touch with the White House. Put John Eastman, who sort of coordinated the whole alternate elector scheme. He put him in touch with the White House.
Mm-hmm.
So he was pretty active in promoting the fake conspiracy theories that were sort of at the heart of this.
Here's a phrase I got out of one of your columns, one of the more recent ones. Independent state legislature doctrine. The independent state legislature doctrine. Explain to people what that is.
What is this?
So the theory of it is, and this is a theory that has existed for a while, but it's kind of been on the fringes of legal thought for decades. The theory is that the Constitution of the United States gives state legislatures the authority, the unilateral authority to set election law. And what that means is, they can either provide mail-in balloting or get rid of mail-in balloting if they choose. It also means that in the case of that I brought it up in the case that's now before the court out of North Carolina.
Before the Supreme Court. This is before the
U.S. Supreme Court. Yeah. The question there is does the legislature have unilateral authority to gerrymander districts? The North Carolina Supreme Court had struck down the maps that were drawn in North Carolina because they said they were a partisan gerrymander. And so the legislature went to the U.S. Supreme Court and said, hey, the courts can't review this. They have no authority to tell us, if we can or can't gerrymander because of this independent state legislature doctrine. So, yeah, and you can think about what the ramifications of that are going to be. Because
here's one of the ramifications, Bob. Am I right in? I'm sorry, but am I right in assuming if the Supreme Court says, yes, North Carolina, you're right, your Supreme Court has no authority to regulate your elections, and I think they may say that, then if there is an independent state legislature theory, why do we have a Supreme Court? What do we need a Supreme Court for?
Yeah, and it's interesting because the North Carolina legislature did say in the law that, the courts have some authority to do this, or it certainly envisioned the courts having the authority to do this. So they're kind of arguing against themselves there. But as I mentioned, it's kind of been fringe in the past, but Justices Alito and Thomas have both expressed support for this. Justice Gorsuch has. So
Mike Lee has.
And the reason this matters, frankly, is because Utah's maps are being challenged in court right now, and attorneys for the state are saying, well, we shouldn't, hear that case because the Supreme Court ruling, if it comes down, depending on how it comes down, could nullify the litigation that's pending here and make these maps stand up. And the plaintiffs in this case are kind of saying, well, that may be, but we don't know what the court's going to say. We should proceed with the litigation, and if we don't, we're going to be stuck with these maps until at least 2026.
I wish you would say, though, I wish you would be a little more specific, Bob, and not say attorneys for the state. Name names. Say Sean Reyes. Say that.
Yeah. Well, you've got the attorney for the legislature, and then you've got attorneys out of Sean Reyes' office, and Melissa Holyoke, and so forth. So, yeah, I mean, they're arguing that this should be that they've obviously argued that the legislature has the authority to draw the lines however it wants anyway. But now they're arguing that the courts shouldn't have the authority to review it.
I mean, the Trump Party, and that's what we're calling it now. It's no longer the GQP. It's the Trump Party. They don't want elections because they know that their ideas are bad and people won't vote for them.
And this is the theory that Mike Lee was peddling, this independent state legislature theory. Yeah. He was peddling that in an attempt to get states to provide alternate electors. In other words, the electors that the people had, so the people vote for a certain candidate, Joe Biden in this case, and the electors are then set, and they should vote for Joe Biden. That's the what do they call it? The
electoral college.
Electoral college. Yeah. But Mike Lee is saying no. We should just supersede the will of the people and put our own.
Well, that was the plan.
This is. These people ought to be put in jail.
Yes.
Yeah, and J. Michael Luttig is a retired federal judge, sort of renowned conservative legal mind, said that this is at the heart of the plot to steal the 2024 election. It was at the heart of the plot to steal the 2020 election. Yes. I mean, if the thinking being that John Eastman was putting forward is if the legislature says these are our electors, there's no authority for any court to review whether or not that's valid or
this
not.
This would destroy democracy.
You know who's okay? You know who's okay with that? The Trump Party voters
and Mike Lee.
They're fine with it because they want to be in charge forever.
I know.
Yeah. So this case is going to be coming to the court in the upcoming session, starting in October. Running, we'll probably have a ruling sometime by June. But as I mentioned, you've got 3 justices who have expressed support for it, a 4th who's interested in hearing, arguments on it. So it could have profound implications on the way we run elections and why, whether we continue to run elections in this country or not. So I think it's worth watching. It hasn't got a ton of attention, but it could have some profound consequences.
I'm just afraid that the United States Supreme Court will side with the North Carolina legislature and say, and then that would mean that
would be it.
You can go ahead You can gerrymander things as much as you want, and when it comes to an election, you can pick your own electors if you want.
Bill, if you don't like it, you can run for office and try. Oh wait,
No,
well,
wait,
I'd never win.
Vote Gerke.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're saying is if you don't like it, run for office.
Yeah.
If you don't like being gerrymandered out of your districts or, having your vote taken away through a gerrymander, run for office and change it. But we can, I mean, obviously, that's absurd on its face. And this would be gerrymandering, not just by Republicans in Utah, but Democrats in Maryland and New York.
Yeah.
They would all, it would be anything goes. But I don't think it's okay to, take away somebody's representation in those states any more than it is here. So, it's something that we got to keep an eye on.
All right. Robert Gerke, columnist for the Salt Lake Tribune, thank you so much for
all right, thanks, guys.
helping contain my anger.
I don't know that he did.
I don't think he did.
No.
He didn't.
Thanks, Bob.
See you later.
All right, we'll see
Thanks,
you.
guys. Take care.
All right. Traffic.
Friend of the program says SR 36 in Erda almost cleaned up, still down to 1 lane southbound. Thank you. That's so helpful when you let us know, because UDOT sometimes doesn't give us updates on how things are going. And that's how things are going. Nothing else being reported, so should have a fairly decent commute if you're heading out right now. If you see something you want to share at 33986 is where you do that. Become a nurse in just 32 months at Nightingale College, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Start your nursing journey at nightingale.edu, now accepting enrollments for spring semester.
Frank Christ presents They're Fine, They're Just Fine, our Dead Celebrity game, coming up after these. 877-602-9696. Call if you would like to play and win what?
We have tickets to the Utah Brewers Guild Collab Fest Saturday, September 17th at McCarthy Plaza. Of course, you must be 21 or older to win this prize.
Everybody wants those tickets. 877-602-9696. Call and play. Frank Christ presents They're Fine. They're Just Fine. SaltLakeFilmSociety.org is the website. You can go there and buy tickets for this weekend.
The Summer Showdown. I have to confess, I've seen Kill Bill, but I've never seen Kung Fu Hustle.
Kung Fu Hustle is an enjoyable film.
So
it really is.
Maybe I'll support Kung Fu Hustle by going to see it. That's how you it's how you vote for which movie you want to win out of these two. You go to the Broadway and watch whichever one you want. And then, and there's all kinds of stuff that goes on there, prizes and trivia
there's
contests.
trivia contests, all different things you can win. All kinds of things. And how do you get your tickets? That's the big question. You go to slfs.org. That's how you purchase your tickets. And we have that exclusive 2-for-1 offer. You just enter the promo code RFH Summer to get 2-for-1 admission.
Another great thing about this is you get to meet people who have similar tastes than you.
Yeah.
Meet people.
So it's at the Broadway, the Summer Showdown this Friday and Saturday. Go to slfs.org for more.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, program.
Back in the day, we had these mascot animals living at our studio up in Ogden. We had Farnsworth, the cat, and Farnsworth just had the run of the place, and there were a lot of mice in the building, so he kept the mice down. And Farnsworth was he was really a great cat for the most part. He was almost jet black.
Had a broken tail.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He had a crooked tail.
Yep.
And Farnsworth went missing once around Halloween. And
Very nervous.
And our owner was certain that the Satanists had got him.
Well, sure.
You know what? The Satanists have got him. We got to make sure next year we keep him in if we find him. He did turn up, but he was fine. And then I don't know whatever happened to Farnsworth. I think he finally just
they don't
went
live
off.
forever.
I think he just finally went off somewhere. And
I think once the sale happened, I think Tom took Farnsworth home.
Did he? Oh,
yeah.
Maybe you're right.
Because I know that the a-hole from El Paso didn't want the cat around.
No. So it works better alliteratively if we can really say the word.
Yeah, I know.
From El Paso.
But the nation is 9 years old, so I can't.
Yeah. So just say that to yourself in your head. It sounds
Oh,
better.
I did. It's there.
But anyway, back to this little horse. And then, so the other animal we had was a burro. For some reason, we thought it would be a good idea to adopt a burro from the Grand Canyon. And those wild burro, and the BLM had these programs where you could adopt a burro. And so we went and we adopted this little burro, and we named him Buster, and he was the KJQ burro. No, that's not the right picture. No.
They don't know what
they assume that I'm talking about animals. That's an animal picture. That's for later on.
Different animal.
Yeah.
Did you have a picture accompanying the story?
I did not. So anyway, we adopted this burro, Buster, and he was a donkey. And it is true what they say about donkeys.
They're stubborn.
They're stubborn.
They're the worst.
Yeah. And he was just, we thought it would be fun to take him around to events. Well, it wasn't.
No.
Because he was stubborn. We had a horse trailer that the owner of the property had that we could use. But to try and get him into the horse trailer was just almost impossible. Because he didn't want to go.
Of course.
And you could pull on him, and he would dig himself in, and he just. But so one year we're having this parade. I think it was the Thanksgiving Day parade. It was the Christmas parade on the day after Thanksgiving in Ogden. I think they still do it, and that's when Santa comes right after Thanksgiving, and they have this little parade. Anyway, so we're going to take Buster and have him be in the parade, or maybe it was the 24th of July parade. I don't remember. Yeah, it was. It was the 24th of July parade. Because so we finally get Buster in the trailer, and we take him up to Washington Boulevard, which wasn't very far, and we park the trailer, and we open the back door of the trailer, and Buster, the burro, is like almost upside down with his feet sticking in the air. Now, we didn't know anything about it. Like, he wasn't tied in properly or something. And so he's upside down, all four legs sticking in the air, and I go, Tom goes, "Oh my God, he's dead! He's dead!" And he did. He looked like he was dead. His eyes were glazed over. His tongue was hanging out.
Oh.
Well, there was this cowboy who was there, because he was going to ride his horses in the parade, and he came, "What's going on here?" And our burro is dead. And the cowboy looks in there and he goes, "Hell, he ain't dead." And he grabbed that burro and just dragged him out of the trailer, and Buster kind of staggered to his feet.
He's fine.
He's fine. He ain't
Walk
dead.
it off.
He's
Cowboy up.
I mean, and we, I mean, it was just like, he said, when you take him home, you got to tie him in there so he doesn't fall down. Oh,
because they're dumb.
Well, and we thought he could just stand there and balance.
No,
So that
he could have been hurt bad.
Yeah, he could have. Yeah, I mean, he did look dead. I mean, I think his tongue was hanging out, and if he'd stayed like that, he probably would have died. But the cowboy, oh hell, he ain't dead. and then so we walked him in the parade.
Okay, I'd like the Cajun grilled chicken sandwich plain. I just want the chicken and the bun. No cheese, no mayonnaise, no lettuce, tomato, onions, coleslaw. And can I get onion rings instead of fries?
Yeah.
And can I get bacon on that?
Bacon? Did you want to do the chicken club instead of the Cajun chicken?
No, you don't understand.
You see, what was your name again? Kristen, you see, this is not a radio bit. You need to know that this is the way she really is, and no one believes us.
Okay.
So we thought if we got it on tape, people would finally believe it.
All right. Did you want the Cajun seasoning?
Yes.
Yes.
And I would like the spicy Cajun mustard mayonnaise on the side.
Mayo on the side.
Don't put it on the sandwich.
No, I won't. Oh, trust me, I won't.
Thank you.
And the cheese?
No cheese.
No cheese.
No
at all.
cheese. No, just chicken.
Okay. All right.
chicken bacon bun.
Onion
And again, we're not trying to be difficult, just for the radio. This is real.
All right.
I'm so very sorry.
That's all right. I'm sorry. I would like to say I've had worse, but that's probably the worst.
And how long have you worked here?
Here, 6 months, but
Dealing with tourists every day and their weird ordering habits, this is the worst. I want it on record, ladies and gentlemen.
It's from an official professional waitress. I'm the worst.
And again, this is no exaggeration.
Congratulations, Gina. Congratulations.
You've earned your spot in the Hard Rock Hall of Fame.
She's here to get married, by the way.
oh, congratulations.
And she's marrying a guy named Joe Jones. Maybe you as our waitress. I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Kristen.
Maybe Kristen, you as our waitress, you could warn Joe that it's still not too late.
Because I've been saying it every day, every hour, ever since we heard about this.
That's sad.
Yeah.
That's what we think.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's cold in this studio to begin with, and then entering Frank Christ. Frank J. Christ. Hello, Frank. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine. I'd loan you my cloak, but
then you'd be naked.
But you don't want to see that.
No. He is the Grim Reaper. Well, he is the Reaper of celebrity souls. That's his specialty. Did you apply for that job? No, you don't like the job.
No, I hate that.
He's never given us his backstory before. Perhaps
you were selected.
We're going to do a couple of not safe for work podcast recordings of this show coming up. Maybe there is where Frank tells us his backstory.
Frank Christ, Secret Oranges?
Yeah.
Yes, Secret Oranges. He is the messenger of doom, the bringer of destruction, the rider of the pale horse, Frank Christ.
Well, it's a scooter. It's an electric scooter.
Excuse me, the rider of the pale scooter, Frank Christ. Behold, the rider of the pale scooter, Frank Christ. And here he is to play the game we call Frank Christ Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, we have a list here of only 4. Makes it easy. 4 celebrities. Mm-hmm. Of these celebrities, 3 of them, Frank, are...
3 of them are fine. They're just fine.
Yeah, but one of them, not so much. One of them has been dragged off by the destroyer of worlds, Frank Christ. Now, we have a contestant, do we?
Abby.
And what could Abby win? Abby, by the way, let me ask you first of all, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Abby, how are you?
You're fine, Abby.
I'm good. How are you?
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You're fine.
Are we trying to force this? I feel
kind
bad.
of. Let me try once more, Abby. How are you?
I'm fine.
Are you just fine?
That's good enough. That's good enough.
All right, Abby, we're going to play the game. Gina will tell you what you can win.
We have tickets to the Utah Brewers Guild Collab Fest Saturday, September 17th at McCarthy Plaza at Eccles Theater, featuring 14 new collaborative beers crafted for your Abby enjoyment.
All right, Abby, here we go. I've got 4 celebrities. These celebrities are famous mystery writers of mystery novels. They're all famous in their own way. And 3 of them are, Frank.
They're fine. They're just fine.
Yes, but the beast of the apocalypse has taken one of them, and it's your job to figure out which one it is. So here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. The first mystery writer on the list, Walter Mosley. Best-selling novels featuring a hard-boiled black private investigator named Easy Rawlins. His most famous book is probably Devil in a Blue Dress. Interesting fact about Mr. Mosley. He didn't start writing until he was 34 years old. Number 2, Dennis Lehane. Famous for writing the books, which several movies have been made. Mystic River, Shutter, Gone Baby Gone. Number 3, Sue Grafton. Famous for the Alphabet series of books. Every one of her books started with the letter of the alphabet. A is for alibi, etc., etc. featuring private investigator Kinsey Mahone in the fictional city of Santa Teresa, California. And the final mystery writer on the list is Thomas Harris. Harris is the creator of probably one of the most scary characters in any mystery novel, Hannibal Lecter. He wrote Silence of the Lambs. Of those four mystery writers, Abby, which one is gone?
I don't know. I don't read too many mysteries.
Just take a shot.
Let's say.
Yeah.
What was it? What was the second name again?
Second, Dennis Lehane, Mystic River, Shutter, Gone Baby Gone. You want that one?
Yeah, let's go for that one.
No, you don't want that one. You don't really. Terribly sorry. That's not. But listen, we'll give you another chance. Okay.
Bill, I think you led her down that path. That's not very fair.
How did I do that?
You said, "Do you want that one?" Like, do you want that one?
Well, okay. Let me give you another chance here, Abby. Now I'm going to read the names again. The other three, and you tell me which one is gone. Is it Walter Mosley, Dennis Lehane, or Sue Grafton, or Thomas Harris?
Sue Grafton.
There you go.
You got it on the second try.
Wonderful.
Nicely done, Abby.
Yay. Awesome.
It is awesome. I hope you like beer because you've got the Collab Fest beer tickets, and we'll tell you how to collect that if you'll hang on the phone. Will you do that for us?
You bet. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Hang on.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Frank. Yes, you took Sue Grafton. I know Sue Grafton is a favorite of Gina's.
I haven't read the entire alphabet, but I've read several.
Did she make it through the entire alphabet before she?
No.
She
died.
Must
have. That's
she died at the age of 77.
She must have.
Well, I don't know. I didn't look.
I'll get to them all eventually.
I know you will, and us. You'll get to us too.
Has anyone seen Robert Redford?
Oh, now it's his birthday today, isn't it?
It's just he's 86 today.
Yeah.
You know who you should go visit?
Roman Polanski.
Yeah,
Roman Polanski, 89. That's just not right.
Yeah, just say, hey, I'm here. I'm the Dark Angel of Death, Roman, and I've come to get you.
Would that I could pick.
Well, I know.
Also, Martin Mull, 79.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
All right. Well, Frank, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Your final for tomorrow.
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
She made it all the way to Y.
But not the whole alphabet. So that's terrible.
I
know. There was only one more.
Damn.
One more.
What was Y?
Y is for yesterday.
Huh.
And then
what was X?
Xylophone.
Oddly enough, X is the only one that is just X. It's not X is for anything.
Really? Xylophone's standing right there in front of you.
I'm going to get killed with a xylophone.
You could do that. There's a mallet.
That would be a murder weapon, yeah.
Your head on the xylophone and boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Dennis Leary, 65.
That was really a great conceit she had there to figure out doing that. A is for alibi, B is for booby, and
she she wrote Y is for yesterday in 2017, and she died in 2017 after a 2-year battle with cancer of the appendix. Just take it out.
Ow.
Well, I think it.
Cancer of the.
I don't think it was, Gina. I don't think it was contained there. It began there, and
that should be one of the simplest ones.
Let me explain the cancer to you, Gina.
As a texter said, she only missed Z, the eternal sleep. Z. That's why she missed it. Okay.
Boo.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. We got big boy news and a pinuendo coming up after these. Stand by.
Let's join Carrie and Bill at the Acme Broadcasting Company party at Rockport Reservoir.
Boy, what a nice day for a company party, huh?
Oh, God, yes. I mean, it's just beautiful up here.
And you know, we deserve this, don't we?
I think that everybody on the staff deserves a nice party like this. I mean, we've all worked so hard to get this station to show in the ratings.
Yeah. Showing up in the top 35 stations ain't that easy either.
No.
Hey, look at everybody down there on the beach by the picnic table. You know, we ought to hike down there.
No, we can get a much better shot at all of them with our paintball guns from up here.
Huh.
Now look at Mario there. I'll bet you I can knock that beer right out of his hand.
Good shot. hey, they can't see us up here, can they?
Well, apparently not. Hey, listen, see if you can splatter the side of Bessie with a volley of that green paint you got.
Righto. Just about spelled my name. Hey, they're all starting to scatter and take cover now. What a great party. Hey, see if you can hit Sonny before she makes it to that tree.
Okay. Oh, damn, I missed her. You know, she's so thin, there's not much of a target there. Hey, what's Ed Acme doing?
Well, it looks like he's pushed over the picnic table and he's using it as a barrier. Get out your binoculars.
Got him. Oh, my God. That's a 30-30 he's pulling out of his knapsack. Oh! And it looks like he's got a bead on us, too. That was too close.
Godfrey! Jeez, everybody else seems to be packing heat, too. Look at that. Mario's gunning back at us with some kind of flare gun.
Whoa!
Gee!
All right, Sonny thinks she's going to hit us clear up here with that little pistol of hers.
Whoa!
Oh, but Acme's really got us pinned down with that thing.
Well, then I guess it's a good thing I brought this to the company party, isn't it?
Oh, an Uzi.
Yeah.
Bill, you the man. Oh, God, what a great party.
$9:19 right now. Everybody okay?
You betcha.
All right?
You bet.
Okay. Well, then we have a big boy news and opinioendo now, brought to you by
Iconoclad sells your pre-rocked stuff, and you keep 50% cash. Check out the new Iconoclad at 855 South State in Salt Lake for Utah's most awarded new secondhand and festival shopping, and the original boutique, 4th East, 3rd South. Keep SLC weird.
You didn't do this as a sports story today, Gina. I don't know.
Which one?
Something that Ed Brass tweeted this morning. Oh, I really liked this story. The first time that Brett Batty stepped onto the field in the big leagues, he simply took a look around. This is a story from Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to just soak it all in, he said. And then came the moment he'll remember for a lifetime. Mr. Batty homered in his very first major league at-bat.
Wow.
And the New York Mets held off the Braves 9-7 on Wednesday night to snap Atlanta's 8-game winning streak. After being outscored 18-1 in the first 2 games of the series, the National League East leading Mets jumped to a 6-1 lead and barely made it stand up to push their advantage over the Braves back to 4.5 games. Batty was partially to thank. He was the 12th overall pick in the 2019 draft. He came up for the first time in the second inning with a runner on base, and the Mets already had 2-0 on back-to-back homers in the first off Jake Odorizzi. After taking a ball, Mr. Batty connected with a hanging curve on his very first swing in a New York uniform. I was just looking for a pitch I could drive, he said, and he left one over the plate, and I got it. According to ESPN Stats and Information Research, Batty is the 5th player with a home run in his first career plate appearance in Mets history, and the first since Mike Jacobs in 2005. What was really nice about this is this is a kid from Round Rock, Texas, and his mother and his father and sister and several other relatives flew into Atlanta to see his very first major league appearance.
How sweet!
And they're sitting in the stands, and there was a camera on them.
Oh,
and he hits this home run, and they go, "Whoa!" They had a worker. A worker was able to retrieve the ball, and he hit it. I mean, he hit it out of the place. A worker was able to retrieve the ball and gave it to Batty, and he said, "This will be a treasure for all my life."
Even if he doesn't do anything else.
And hopefully he does. Hopefully he hits some more home runs. And it was just a nice story, I thought.
Yeah.
Priscilla Presley is remembering her late husband, Elvis Presley, on the 45th anniversary of his death. Presley, who was married to the king of rock and roll, spoke to Today about her memories and time with him. Elvis died of a heart attack August 16th, 1977 at Graceland.
On the toilet.
He was only 42. My gosh, she said, it's a big week for sure. She added, anything he wanted to do or wished to do, as far as in life, I want to try to get that to happen. It's a big responsibility. I don't know what she means.
Yeah,
Presley was joined by over 30,000 fans for a candlelight vigil on Monday. To see the amount of people that still come to see Elvis is unbelievable, she said, and that is amazing. 30,000 people show up. Presley also weighed in on Elvis, the Baz Luhrmann directed movie. Well, you know she likes it because she had to sign off on it.
Yeah. Make me look good.
It was a great movie, she said. Baz Luhrmann, I have to say, is a genius. I don't know anyone else who could have done this movie like he did. I lived Elvis trying to explain that he didn't want to do the movies with all the girls. What? Yeah. I lived Elvis. Maybe it's I lived with
Elvis. Period.
I lived Elvis trying to explain that he didn't want to. See, I think I lived with Elvis trying to explain that he didn't want to do the movies with all the girls on the beaches and everything, that he really wanted to do serious acting. Oh. So that living with him and then watching the movie brought back a lot of memories. That is actually true.
Yeah.
Elvis
he wanted
Presley,
to be taken seriously.
and he was in a couple of movies that were serious roles.
The time that he did a serious role, the movie was not successful, and so the movie company said no
more.
He was good in it too.
This works. You
People
chasing the girls, sing a few songs. That works. We'll do that.
Was it the movie with Mary Tyler Moore?
It was a Western, I believe.
Oh yeah.
I only know this because I get this Cinemorph newsletter, and he just did a thing on Elvis, and I read it.
I know I've seen him do a. You're right. It's a Western.
It was a Western,
and he was very good in it.
He was. They said he did very well in it, but it was not a successful movie.
Yeah. So. The account known as Libs of TikTok announced to its 1.3 million Twitter followers on Wednesday evening that Meta, that owns Facebook, had permanently suspended its Facebook page with no reason given.
Oh, they know why.
In a screenshot, you've read this, have you? In a screenshot shared in the tweet, Facebook had advised Libs of TikTok that it had been put on ice because it didn't follow community standards. The page's disabling comes nearly a week after Libs of TikTok posted a false claim to its social media pages about gender-affirming surgical procedures, leading to a sustained campaign of right-wing harassment leveled at a top New England pediatric hospital.
Yeah.
They suspended our account, and we immediately appealed. Within 2 minutes, they answered that we were suspended for good, Libs of TikTok said. I'm sure we totally got a fair and full review. So what happened? They made this false claim about this pediatric hospital in Boston, and then the hospital immediately, Boston Children's Hospital, they were dragged into this.
Yeah.
They had nothing.
Could have been a boner candidate.
Yeah, I took it out of the boner file, as a matter of fact. Just one I couldn't get to. They said that they were doing gender-affirming hysterectomies.
No.
They were claiming that Boston Children's Hospital was offering those procedures, offering them to young girls.
No.
That
None
makes
of
it
it's
sound
true.
like they're going, hey.
Yeah. None of it's
they were
true.
providing health care.
None of that is true.
It's like that. It's like the whole thing with the pizza place. Pizza place. It's just Cosmic Pizza, was it? Or just
Comet.
Anyway, it's just false stuff.
But yeah, then the wackos started showing up at the hospital.
Yeah.
And threatening people. You know,
this could also have been a boner candidate. It was in the file. A Texas school district is pulling all books from library shelves and classrooms that were challenged by parents, lawmakers, and other community members in the last year, and that includes the Bible.
I hope.
The day before students started back at the Keller Independent School District, which serves students in the Fort Worth suburbs, Jennifer Price, the executive director of curriculum and instruction, told principals and librarians to remove 41 books while they undergo a review, according to email obtained by the Texas Tribune. Some of the books included in the list are all editions of the Bible, a graphic novel adaptation of Anne Frank's diary, The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison, and Queer Eye, a memoir by Maria Kobabe. The books, Kobabe's book tops the American Library Association list for most banned books in 2021.
I still want to figure out a way we can do the Radio from Hell banned bookmobile. I think that would be good.
Let's check with legal first.
So the Great Salt Lake is drying up, and there are fears that the dust from the Great Salt Lake will be poisonous to people. When the wind comes along and starts pulling it, the dust can be dangerous when the concentrations are high in the air we breathe, regardless what it's made of. Now, people have been saying there's, arsenic.
Yeah.
Apparently, now this is an expert who's studied it. He said that's really not the big problem. You're not going to die of arsenic poisoning.
Well, because that takes a long time of exposure.
But just breathing in dust is where the danger comes from. He said, don't get me wrong, this is horrible, but you're not going to get arsenic poisoning. You'll get other emphysema and the like from...
If you can trust big arsenic, sure.
Breathing in the dust. Let's see, how much time do we have here?
Oh, you got a minute and a half.
Okay.
Two.
Culver's food truck. I'm just mentioning this because you get free stuff. There are only two things better than cheese curds and frozen custard. I don't think cheese curds and frozen custard should be on any best thing list. But they say it's free cheese curds and frozen custard. The free varieties will be flowing Thursday, today, at Pioneer Park, with the first ever Culver's food truck paying a visit. Between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m., Culver's will be handing out free treats to anyone who wants them. Plus, now the reason they're doing this, the Huntsman Cancer Institute will be on hand to discuss its mission to serve the Utah community. The Culver truck is on a 17-city tour from Wisconsin with Love, touring across the country with 14 locations across Utah. So if you want free cheese curds, go to Pioneer Park, and you'll learn a little bit about the Huntsman Cancer Institute as well. And finally, this story. A man and a woman were arrested at Cedar Point. That's a big amusement park in Ohio, in Sandusky, Ohio. They were arrested after 4 witnesses told the Sandusky police they saw them engaged in sexual intercourse on the Ferris wheel. According to a police report, David Davis and Heather Johnston, both 32 years old, were seen having the sass while on the Cedar Point attraction, the Giant Wheel. The two were confronted by a Cedar Point police sergeant and security and Sandusky police were called. The group of witnesses included 2 juveniles who were in the cart below them.
Oh, jeez.
The 2 initially denied any accusations, but Johnson then reported to police officers she had shorts on under her dress and had dropped a cigarette pack out of them, and when she picked them up, Mr. Davis was just helping her pick up the cigarettes.
Honest.
Witnesses told police they felt the cart shaking and saw the man and the woman expose themselves on the ride. They later admitted, yeah, we were having sex. They were arrested and transported to the police department jail.
All right. Weather?
So that century mark, that's 100 degrees.
Yes.
Which we have reached 23 times this year, a record, and we will do that again today, likely 100 expected today. Then tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, chance of showers all 3 days, and much cooler. We'll be back down in the 80s where we belong.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I'm Marcy. I'm thinking we should hang out together. I'm going to give you the first of 2 different.
We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried the, so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
Now,
The wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac, and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, oh, you got your winner right here. My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac, and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
it's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
And this is far enough
You're
removed
gonna love it. You're
from
gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the
you know,
same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
for Ripley.
They're peanut butter. Okay.
Welcoming guests into the studio. We have with us Greg Gage, who is the owner of Black Cat Comics.
Hello.
Hi. And Kat Strubel, is that how you say your last name?
Struble, yep, close enough.
Struble. And Kat is the official Senior Community Development Manager for Colors of Cancer?
Colors
Yeah, the American Cancer Society, yeah.
Okay. And Greg is on the board of the American Cancer Society, right?
Fundraiser committee, yeah.
Yeah. So, what's up?
Kat, you want to take this? This is first off, thanks you guys for having us here.
Of course.
This
No
is
problem.
it's really great for you guys to make time with us. Something that's very important to us.
It's an
And,
event
yeah, we
happening
really
this
appreciate
weekend?
It is, yeah. We have Colors of Cancer event going on this weekend at the Gateway, and it's based around the LGBTQ community. We have found, our research shows that the cancer rates in the LGBTQ community super high.
I saw that in your notes here.
Yeah.
And does anybody know why that is?
And Greg told me about this,
Yeah.
and why is that?
Yeah, well, the screening rates are also super low. So, I mean, we found that there's three basic reasons that the screening rates are really low and the cancer rates not only high, but when we find them, they're at a late stage
Oh, I
because
see.
they haven't gotten the screenings done.
Is it because of healthcare availability?
It is, yeah. There's three major reasons, and Utah is by far the worst. Lack of insurance or the ability to pay for those screenings, and sometimes they can get pretty costly. Finding a provider that they trust. A lot of them have had really bad experiences, previous experience,
Makes
so they're
sense.
not going to go back.
Yeah.
And the third is just not knowing what screenings they're supposed to get, when they're supposed to get them. I mean, you know.
So what's this event, the Colors of Cancer at the Gateway?
Yeah, so nobody wants to talk about cancer, so we have to make it fun.
Cancer's fun.
We're going to make
Right.
cancer fun.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. So it's a huge awareness thing. We're hoping to get a bunch of people out at the Gateway this weekend. We're going to have drag queen bingo. We're going to have a silent auction.
You
I
had
know.
me,
I
you
told
had
you we
me at drag queen bingo.
No, I'm not going to be a presenter, Carrie, so don't get excited about it.
Well, not that he knows of.
Oh, God.
I was waiting for your rogue cosplay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you'd look good with
Call me Sugar.
blue
there you
eyeshadow
go.
and some
Cigar.
lashes.
So you say it's this weekend. Is
Yeah.
it both Friday and Saturday? Or
Saturday.
It's actually Saturday and Sunday.
Saturday and Sunday.
Yep, from 2 to 8. We are actually teaming up with the Utah Beer Festival.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what we thought was going to be maybe a 500-person event turned into about a 10,000-person event.
Yeah,
that's good.
That's a popular event.
Yeah, so
With
it's
the
great.
silent auction lubrication as well,
Yeah.
which will help
Right.
loosen
Indeed.
the wallets a little bit.
Right, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So we're excited. We're hoping, to make a difference, not just letting them know when those screenings should be done, but helping them afford them and finding a good provider that they can,
What
they
kind
can
of
trust.
what kind of things are you having the silent auction? Do you know? Can you say?
You know, we put 40 baskets together last night, so there are some really good ones. We have specialty mountain bikes.
I know we got some signed comic books down there. Just
Signed
I was going to say,
comics,
I know Greg
yeah.
could bring the comics.
I can't imagine why you would have comic books there.
Right.
I know a guy.
Yeah, Minky blanket baskets from Brian's Blankets. Yeah, just all kinds of good stuff.
Okay.
So,
Is there a website people can go to get more information?
yeah, so it is a free event to get in. If you want to learn more about Colors of Cancer, you can go to acscolorsofcancer.org. If you plan on having a couple drinks, which, you know, we recommend, and then go by the silent auction.
Have the drinks before you go.
Yep.
Your inhibitions will be a little bit down, and you'll
Right.
get, yeah.
It'll be
Yeah,
cooler
exactly.
in there, too, if you need to escape the heat. So.
Yeah, so if you want to get your wristband, you can go to utahbeerfestival.com.
Oh, okay. And that'll get you into the silent auction and all of that, too.
Yeah, well, that part's free, but if you want to get a wristband, I think it's
Right.
like $25. So.
No, that sounds great. It's at the Gateway this weekend, and the money proceeds will go to the American Cancer Society.
Well, actually, it all stays here in Utah.
Okay.
And it's called our Health Equity Initiative, based around the LGBTQ plus community.
Oh, okay.
So we're actually letting the community tell us, and the health systems tell us where those gaps are. So is it they need help paying for screenings? The providers need more training, you know, what have you. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, way to go. It's a great effort that you guys have put together. Greg from Black Cat Comics, it's very nice. How long have you been on the board of the American Cancer Society, and why do you, and is there a particular reason that you did that? Or
I've been working with Kat for, a couple years now.
Yeah.
Doing some fundraising. Her husband, Eric, shops at the store. I think everybody has been unfortunately impacted by cancer. Everybody has.
Yeah, that's true.
And Kat mentioned that she was on the board doing this stuff, and I just said I'd love to help. And then I was, of course, very honored when she asked me to be on the committee for this as well. So
nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. Nice to meet you both, and tell people where Black Cat Comics is.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, 2261 Highland Drive. And I don't know if I should mention we're having a sale next month, but maybe I should.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, we're having a sale next month. It's not, I'm not here for that. I'm here for this, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's
Thanks.
certainly fine to mention that.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, this Saturday and Sunday at the Gateway. Be there. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, Program Director of X96.
So you may have heard yesterday me talk about I got bit by something over the weekend, and I shared it with you yesterday. It
was on your ankle.
It was on my ankle, and I sent some pictures to Katie. I don't know if she can put those up, but if you follow me on Twitter at RFHGina, you can watch the progression of the injury.
It got ugly. It got really ugly.
Yeah, so yesterday it was like a little, I don't know.
It's just a blister.
A blister. And I actually showed it to our good friend Dr. Cobble, and he said, yeah, you should be all right. You could just, pop it, put some Neosporin on it, cover it with a bandage, you're probably all right. Which I did.
Yeah.
I was brave. I got hydrogen peroxide. I got Neosporin. I did the whole thing, and I covered it with a bandage, and I said, well, I'll check it later. But it hurt, like throbbing pain.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
So a couple hours later, I took it off, and it had gotten much worse, which I posted a picture of that on my Twitter as well. And it was oozy and a weird color, and it hurt. And so after much discussion and tweeting about it, because that's what you should really do, is tweet about it, I did, and I talked to my husband about it, and he said, I think you probably should go to the Instacare. This has gotten worse, not better.
Let me know how it goes, babe.
Yeah.
You need a ride
And
home?
I was a little nervous to go to the Instacare. So I went to the one on 4th South.
Mm-hmm.
And, Bill, is that the one where you went to get your COVID test?
No, that was in a parking lot at
Oh.
a church.
Yeah, this was.
But they
this
do a
was
lot of COVID testing there.
But it was closed. So all the COVID tents were there, but it was
Hmm.
closed, which is weird.
9th East?
You know, 4th South, and right
Yeah.
there.
Mhm.
And so I go into the Instacare, and there's nobody there. And I'm thinking, gosh, is it closed? Nope,
What
there
time
was
of
a
the day
lady.
was this?
Yesterday.
What time of the day?
Oh, like 5 o'clock.
Huh.
And they checked me in and said, go wait over there. And I said, okay, this is so fun. Because I was nervous about going.
Mm-hmm.
And while I was sitting there waiting, these 5 girls come in together. They all had masks on. And one of them goes up to the counter and she says, yes, I think I have a fever and I'm having a hard time breathing. And, she's listing all the COVID symptoms. I'm like, awesome. Now I'm in a waiting room with her. But why are these 4 other girls with her? You needed an entourage to
Yeah, and they're
come
not supposed
the
to do
Instacare?
that. They're supposed to go to the stations outside.
Yeah. Well, they were closed.
Oh.
The stations outside were closed. But why do we need all these people in here? But they took me back, and I said, can you tell what this is that bit me by looking at it?
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor said, it's infected now. I can't tell what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But we can clean it out for you, give you an antibiotic, and then we're going to test the pus and see what kind of pus it is.
Pus test.
Pus.
Pus test. Pus test.
And he said, in order to clean it up, we're going to de-roof it, which is exactly what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
They cut the top off of it
Mm-hmm.
and let it ooze out.
Mm-hmm.
And then they gave me a bunch of stuff at home where I am supposed to change the bandages and clean it up. And I don't have to de-roof it. That's already been done.
Well, they say you're going to be okay.
I mean, yeah, they put me on a pretty strong antibiotic, and he said, we'll get back to you with exactly what, it could be a staph infection, it could be MRSA, it could be who knows what.
Will they be able to tell you what bit you, do you think?
Nope, and that's
No.
the frustrating thing.
Damn.
He said
Yeah, that's the big question.
I'm looking here. It says de-roof. The definition of de-roof is to remove the top from a building. So
that's how big the pustule got. It was the size of a building.
No, it also means to remove tissue from a wound.
It did look big, and it did look ooey
It was
gooey.
so gross.
It was dripping at one
Yes.
point. I thought I saw.
Yep.
Oh, here's the question: if you're taking the antibiotic, can you have wine?
Are you saying
you
there's
ask?
a chance I can't have wine?
Yeah, there's a
Of
chance
course,
that, because sometimes they say with some medications.
Oh, man.
That's just those doctors that don't want you to drink.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't last night. Well, because I'm taking so much. It's 3 of these antibiotics 3 times a day. And I'm thinking maybe on alcohol that won't taste so hot.
I think you better check, yeah.
See, now, I don't get what de-roof, but when they say they're going to debride a wound, it's the same thing. Remove unhealthy tissue from a wound.
I don't know. I was de-roofed. That's all I know.
Ask your doctor or construction worker.
Would you like to be debrided or de-roofed?
All right.
I was thinking today how much this moment of one of our interns, the organized intern, Sarah, and I was thinking, I wonder how much it would cost me to hire her
For what?
as my personal assistant.
Here we go.
What?
You need a personal assistant.
Sure, I'd love one. I would love one. I think a personal assistant would do a lot of good things for me.
Like what? Do
Well,
you have dry cleaning that needs picking up?
yes.
You have a hard time getting around to picking up your dry cleaning?
Sometimes, as a matter of fact, I do. I have any number of organizing things that need to be done all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It would be very nice to have somebody to post a bunch of social media stuff for me.
Mm-hmm.
At my direction, but actually do the work of it. It would be very nice to have somebody I could call up and say, I don't have time to go to the grocery store. I'm forwarding you my list. Please send it.
Mm-hmm.
Please do it. See, she's not. You know what I mean. There's any number of
You
things.
want to go to the store for Bill?
And she would love to. She would love to do it. She's nodding right now. But A, I don't know as I could really afford her, and B, I like her, and so I'm not sure that I want her to be on the receiving end of me saying, "What do you mean you didn't?"
Yeah,
things like that.
You would end up yelling at her.
Well, just we have to break here. But speaking as someone who has an assistant,
What do you need an assistant for?
Here we go. I feel bad having her do things.
That's what I'm saying.
And so I'm not utilizing her enough.
You pay her?
I do.
Then don't feel bad. That unless she's the sort of person who goes, okay, I'll get right on that,
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, if it's that sort of thing, then I need a different assistant. So see, Sarah would go, that's right.
See,
right, Chief. As a matter of fact, I would insist. I'm paying you. Say right, Chief, after everything I say.
What I need is a personal assistant that I don't like.
Yeah,
that's what I need.
How do you find that?
That's the problem I think I would run into. I like Sarah
because my assistant Nicole, I like her. Yeah. I like Sarah. There's no way that I could put her to work as I need. It just anyway.
I could. I just wouldn't want to yell at her.
Yeah,
and you would. And
maybe
eventually.
Maybe.
All right, let's get this over
Chief.
with.
That's what Sarah, would you mind when you're here just saying right, Chief, when I ask you to do stuff? Just for fun?
.com/live. They have supplied me a GIF of Michael Stipe's elbow slapping dance that he did in the video.
When would you ever use that? What?
What do you mean? When would you ever use that? He just wants to see Michael Stipe doing it.
But I mean, usually GIFs are there because you use them as a.
I wonder how you could use this one.
Like a punctuation mark or a.
Oh, I see.
But this is him, flailing and, looking like he's having some sort of a seizure or something and then dancing off camera. So maybe I'm out of here. I don't know. It's the weekend. How about that? You could use it that way.
I don't. Do you use those at all?
Sure,
GIFs?
all the time.
I never do. I use emojis
Sometimes
a bit, but GIFs I can't.
Sometimes
I don't
they
like.
say just the right. They convey just the right emotion.
I don't. I'd rather convey the emotion myself.
But you can't sometimes.
Yes, I can. You know why? Because I'm very verbal.
A picture's worth 1,000 words, Bill.
I'm better than any picture.
I'm better than
for my own feelings, for what I'm trying to express.
So we played Beat Gina earlier.
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
And it was Patrick Swayze trivia.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the questions was about the Rosanna video, the Toto.
This is what music video from the 80s can you spot Patrick Swayze?
So I just watched it.
Yes.
Rosanna.
And the girl in it, this is a deep dive you're going to love. The girl in it is Cynthia Rhodes.
I don't know who
Who
that
dat?
is.
Cynthia Rhodes is the girl who needs the abortion in Dirty Dancing.
Okay.
Oh.
She's also Richard Marx's ex-wife, but that is not.
That's beside the.
That is beside the point.
All right.
I did not see Patrick Swayze in there anywhere, but I saw her, and I wonder if somewhere along the line it was conflated that someone from Dirty Dancing is in that movie, and they just assumed it was Patrick Swayze. I did not see Patrick Swayze.
I'm
in
only
there.
as good as the.
I know.
Gina, I'm hoping
as the internet tells me.
I'm hoping that you somehow get to the bottom of this because and then I hope you let us know through an emoji of some sort or a GIF, please, or
Did
GIF
you-
if you prefer.
Did you Google the sentence? Is Patrick Swayze?
I have
in
not. I was trying.
the
Let me
Rosanna
see.
Do that.
video.
All
Try
right.
that.
Okay.
Because maybe someone has,
Isolated the second that he's
someone
in
has
there?
investigated this for you. I'm sure.
And if you find it, again, please use a GIF to let us know.
I have 16 stars who made early appearances in music videos.
Okay, go ahead.
Click on the
Courtney Cox in Bruce Springsteen.
Bruce Springsteen.
Janet Jackson in That's the Way Love Goes. Alicia Silverstone in Aerosmith's Crying. Liv Tyler in Aerosmith's Crying. Eva Mendes in Aerosmith's Hole in My Soul. Patrick Swayze in...
In what?
That's not Patrick Swayze.
In what? So it says Rosanna?
Yeah. He's in one of the group of male dancers who backs up Rosanna, played by Cynthia Rhodes, who would dance with Swayze again in Dirty Dancing.
Well, it must be. Why would people make that up?
I don't know. He must be in it for a half a second. All right.
But he's there.
But he's...
Well, I can tell you this, Gina. He was not in Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick
No.
Astley.
No.
He was not in Separate Ways by Journey.
No, he was
And he
not.
was not in Steel Panther's Fat Girl video.
No. So
the
it's
only
okay.
choice left.
It's okay.
Yeah. I think you had correct information there, Karen.
Benicio del Toro was in La Isla Bonita's music video.
Well, of course he was.
He's a La Isla Bonita.
Oh, there was a Madonna story in the news today.
Oh, a very young Christina Hendricks, Carrie, is
In?
an Everclear video.
Really?
One hit wonder. You might have to look that up.
I may have to.
The Madonna story today was, I didn't get to this. Madonna kisses two women as she celebrates turning 64 in Italy.
You don't have to do that anymore,
Madge.
Madonna.
That's not an Italian tradition?
Well, it says here she's turning 64 in Italy. I don't know how old she is here. Oh, Madge, you are just so outrageous.
She's so shocking.
Isn't she?
All right.
Why do they call her Madge anyway? I don't get that.
It was the British press that did that.
Was it?
Yeah, they decided that Madge was what they were going to call her.
Then that's okay because they make up stupid nicknames for everybody.
Yeah, Morrissey was Moz.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
All right, let's do the promo.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7 a.m., Sean Means has the latest movie reviews for us, and then we get to having another drink with Jimmy the Wine Guy.
So won't you please finish out the week with us and a drink on Friday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
Okay.
There's a texter. It sounds like you should get Patrick Swayze on the phone and get to the bottom of
Oh.
Well, that's a good idea. We could have Frank Chris contact him for us.
Oh, you know who could get him for us? Whoopi Goldberg. She could get him.
Oh, yeah, she was in Ghost, wasn't she?
That was her whole point in Ghost, is he communicated from
Yeah.
beyond the grave through Whoopi Goldberg.
Yeah, that's right. I saw that movie, and it left almost no impression on me.
Because you don't have a heart.
That's it. That's exactly it.
I still have not seen it.
You have never seen Ghost?
There's nothing there for me.
Don't bother. You're right. There isn't.
There's nothing there for me.
Whoopi won an Academy Award for that.
Oh, well, then.
Listen, there were some blatant inaccuracies in that pot throwing scene, where they were making with the
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
the big wheel.
Yeah.
And he's standing behind her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some major
guiding her hands.
All right. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Stupid. Don't you know who I am?
Hey, Tooele, secure your load.
Marcy is next.
X96.